Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Neocontra, hello Shaoyashu. Welcome. When will I finally be able to sub? Probably never, because why would I do that? That would start ads on the channel and I don't like ads, so this is the best option, I think. The case of subs and stuff like that would happen if I would be in need of money, I think, and I don't need it right now, so it's fine. And if I was very corny, then I would say your participation in Twitch chat is just enough for me. Thank you. Hello Mega Monkey, welcome. I feel a little bit sick after saying that, but yeah, we're back in our republic. Building up a sports facility and a yes, cry your eyes out, it's fine, and a hospital, which will hopefully alleviate the stress of the citizens here needing some facilities to be happy. Decent amount of workers, we've got plenty of time. This looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Passengers go everywhere else but the tram stop. Last choice. Students can go wherever. If we get a university here, I guess they would also have to go to the tram stop, so go anywhere, and then if you can't find what you need, go to the tram stop last. If we get a university, it might not be right in this area, but most likely it will. And yeah, all the workers delivered can also do construction work for us. Might be time to get started on the prison. We also have to continue working down this route, with the road probably being first. Because the railroad, we're still hooking up the coal and gravel deliveries to this area. Oh, I was hoping to use some of your hand-drawn emotes for yes, sure. Well, if I ever make hand-drawn emotes, I guess I can upload them to 7TV or something. I mean, Lopo already uploaded one, right? I don't know if you have 7TV, but Das Lopo is a valid emote. And I'm not sure why I'm telling people that, but there is an emote. And it wasn't made by me. Come on, construction office, get some workers. You did the funny again. You're just trying to turn around, aren't you? Yeah, that one. Why did you tell people? Why did you have to do that? They're both trying to build, but basically out of workers right now. The trains bringing workers here still have to like balance themselves back out to normal operations. They are not in a traffic jam, but it's taking a bit of time before they arrive here again. No issues with multiple track builders. Only a single one on the signal that was not set correctly. The highest problem right now is just the lack of workers in the rail construction office, because we only have to build to the unloading station. And then these couple tracks here. I just slap those signals down and then correct them to what they should be after. I'm not paying super detailed attention when I'm placing them, and fix them usually during the time. Have you tried the old water wells yet? No. They will be built here. What's wrong with them? They're just like a smaller, they're an in-between version of the small and big water well. They require workers and they produce 180 cubic meters. Not sure what we would see as a problem there. Why I would have to try them. They also have decent amount of internal storage, right? 400 cubic meters, yeah. Basically a water tank on its own. And we just pump it out, water purification, and have it available locally. Which will allow us to get rid of the water supply here. Maybe I need to unload a couple more workers. So they walk back and forth a little bit. I also need the construction offices in this area on an assignment group. Waiting on concrete and asphalt, which I guess I'll bring in from the other area. They have that available. It's fine. The tunnel is okay. I think I'm gonna give the tunnel like not a curve at the end. We need a tram tunnel. So here would be fine. Hello, Pilzbeer. Welcome. Everything kinda has to be heading down this direction. From here we have access to the way to the customs house with maybe another tunnel, couple of road and rail tunnel up the mountain. But we can probably find a slope that it works at. A tunnel would probably be easier. And then we're here. We'll start with the construction of that once we have asphalt and concrete locally. Why are you blocked? Because there's no signal on that, so the other vehicle... Because I wanted to optimize the other trains moving through here more efficiently. You're blocking a little bit. And again, no workers in the rail construction office. Come on, people. Okay, some of them are available now. That piece of track. How are you gonna get there? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, you can. Didn't even signal you. Once it went past that signal, it was fine. Can build that on its own. We have a vehicle depot here now, so we can slam all of the vehicles in there. Get rid of our free depots until we need them again. Gas station's not quite empty yet. But that'll happen once we bring more construction workers back to the area. And yeah, sure, you can bring the material for the groundworks here. We have excavators that can do that. I think you're fine to move. I know the chain signal says no, but I added that chain signal to allow other trains from to be able to turn around, but I think if we just do this, it'll work perfectly. Because then they can just move in and turn around without requiring their own signal block. Visiting doctor, yeah, we're building it. Well, we need more concrete. Okay, fuel is full. Train will wait here until the fuel is used up, which will not happen that quickly. But eventually, once we have a rail distribution office in the area, then that one will start taking over all the tasks, and then we can split up the responsibilities of the Sovskoy rail distribution office into one per city, I think. We can either do it per location, as in one per city, or we can do it based on one per type of resource, basically. But I think one per city is maybe safer. So each city would pick up its own resources. Well, that's not what I wanted, but you're supposed to move in the long way here, please. Maybe the next one will do it. If they all now turn around in place, that's, yeah, weird. But I think it was just a single one. Never mind. I guess I would have to use a waypoint for that. I'm gonna make a screenshot of that. And report it. Okay then. Yep, I'm muted. Thank you. I wasn't talking much, but I was indeed muted. I just was talking about the lack of concrete and almost having enough workers to finish the footpath construction, but not quite enough, and that was it. Are you going to place another orphanage? I don't think so. We would have to, like, place massive amounts of them to deal with, like, the Republic's need. It's not boosting our loyalty at all. I mean, if I don't know how many you would need to, like, deal with all of them. That's the question, right? At least loyalty isn't 0 anymore. And it seems to be trending somewhat upwards. Also don't have a monument in the area, I don't think. That might also be a reason for the slightly reduced loyalty levels in the area. Place a fat, scary statue in the area. Between the heat exchanger and the waste storage, because why not? Place it. Place it a little bit on its own. It's a statue. It should be visible. I don't know if that's in range of the... it would be in range. 90 meters. The center of the orphanage would have to be in range. I'll place it here. I'm thinking of this, maybe dedicating, now that you mention it, I'm thinking about dedicating an area in Donetiti for orphanage handling that is hooked up directly to a tram station with no one living near it. Which I guess would work in the commercial district, because workers would always arrive by tram and then immediately go to the building and not try to walk there from like 400 meters and longer. But I have to try a run where I maximize orphanages, I guess. Get a secret police, start with orphanages, and maybe it'll work. That would be like an attempt to get loyalty boost up right away. With the first set of migrants, maybe not the first one, but the second set of migrants in the second settlement. Would have to try and use the first research point to get a secret police and yeah. Set up the second settlement with the idea of like orphanages in mind, because you will get the required loyalty, but maybe you can run that with a very polluting industry where people die early and then you take care of their children. That would be kind of mean. But for this republic, I don't think so. The concrete is still struggling. What's going on? No workers right now. Three workers in the rail construction. I should unload 20% here. Then they use it for the construction office again. I think these two construction offices have to pick up workers from the city. But that would also be horrible. Oh, there's some concrete trucks that are driving back because they don't have any. Okay, let's unload a couple more workers at the Donatiti construction sector setup. I'm going to go for 20% now. It should be an oversupply of workers, meaning that the construction sector itself could pick up people again by their buses. But I would like to just have enough workers for this to keep running properly. And right now that doesn't seem to be the case. Well, they're building it. They need 3 more construction tasks to get there. And we have trains with gravel running to the area, and then the local gravel plant will come online. A lot more reliably, that's for sure. I mean, we have drained the amount of workers in the area quite significantly. Tiny bit worried about how much they're going to use the concrete, how quickly. We need to deliver more cement here. At least 70%. Each truck delivers 5 tons, so delivering at 70% sounds reasonable. 75 even should be the correct number. And asphalt is delivered locally. This will fill the concrete plant up to maximum 20 tons of cement now. Praying culture. Attraction building. Natural History Museum. Ooh. That would be overkill. 45 people can visit that. What the hell? That is bombastic. Maybe over here, once we get rid of the resource storage. Where is that from? I don't know. I mean, I know the DLC, but which city is that from? Natural History Museum. It's probably British, I would assume. But I don't know. Art style wise it would kind of fit, I think. Yeah, pretty... I don't know. I'm assuming. Ah, they finally delivered the concrete, so now we can get the hospital up. Sports hall will probably also act as an attraction building partially. It's a sports facility after all. And that'll free up all the excavators so they can work some other buildings. Run out of workers at the rail construction office yet again. Yeah, the amount of workers being delivered here is quite low. Okay, that's a better train. One more delivery of concrete here. Someone can do it. It's probably going to dispatch a local truck and then they're not going to get there in time, but eventually. Like the train tracks, it'll be done eventually. I mean, I guess we can let like 10 workers walk in here and build, because that's the amount of accelerated construction we get from the road cranes, and the resource deliveries are happening on their own. Because the materials are available from the storage. Let me store more bricks in here. More bricks than prefab panels for sure. Maybe even reduce the amount of boards a bit more. Yep, maintenance office. That's not from here though, that's from... They got one from the construction sector, because it's a 12 slot building. And I built 16 slot buildings here. So it should be able to get the concrete, if it hasn't already. Started driving when the concrete plant came online, so it is more reliable that way. Tiny delivery of concrete. It's doable. I think the road cranes provide the boost to all workers. It's not just boosting 10 workers. Otherwise it wouldn't increase the speed that much. It would go down by 55 extra work days, or like 45 extra work days in addition to the 10 workers that have an increased speed. And I think it just boosts everyone on the construction site. Alright, now we go for road vehicle production. We have 19 of our 20 research points in use. Oh, that's not good. Well, it's coal ore. Cannot store or export mixed waste. What happened? Were you undergoing... Oh yeah, we're undergoing machine replacement. That is dangerous because these vehicles will basically lock up and not let any maintenance vehicle in here. But yeah, the issue is resolved. It was able to do it. Waste separation plant had the same thing. Hello then, Trusty. Welcome. Neat. So yeah, we might build the very large clinic because I want to see it. Maybe near the hill, and then on the hill have a monument. I think that would look nice. How much range does the monument have? 650 meters is very, very wide. It would potentially cover... Okay, if we go 650 meters along, it would go up to this point, everything. Along the grid. Otherwise, this whole area would be covered. What's the largest monument? Probably one of the newer ones. This one has 550 meters, the Kremlin Tower. St. Basil's Cathedral has 500. I don't know if the church that is on the other map has a larger range. But apparently Kiev Monument has longest range. And 6% government loyalty. Yep, seems to be the largest. Why were you not moving? Oh. Yeah, I guess that, and yeah, that's on the same block. That signal doesn't matter. That signal doesn't help. I hope you sent some workers. Yes, good. We could phase out the clinic here, but I don't know if this one is in range for emergencies. It is. So I believe the ambulance here will move and we'll shift the patients over. We'll turn this one off and they have to... No, we'll leave it on. Like, that's fine. But no emergency treatments here. That's fine. I guess that's a good idea, right? Have a hospital with all the emergency vehicles and then just use the clinics for like local treatment with like longer waiting times. I guess they still won't wait indefinitely, will they? Well, they don't have a wait timer, but I think it's still there. Yeah, you ran out of time. Only get 29% of your visit done. So reducing the amount of workers there wasn't really good for them. And the productivity of the workers here is still horrendous, apparently. 3 doctors able to treat 1 patient. Okay, no, 2 patients, but... Alright then, just run it at full capacity, whatever. We're working on the mixed waste. At least the city's waste has its own unloading station. The industrial waste goes directly into an incinerator. The increased productivity is basically producing more waste, and that's causing problems. Hello, Simon. Welcome. And since that thing underwent maintenance, I guess, yeah, the waste has piled up in each area. We're gonna lower all the waste down to basically all storage is empty. And get the incinerator fully emptied out, and then it's probably gonna be fine until the next maintenance of machines. And maybe I should do the maintenance of machines earlier so it doesn't pile up as many repairs. Like do the machine replacement way more frequently. That might help in this area. I also have 3% wear and tear on machines. Not that much. Epidemics again, it is what it is, I can't change things there. It's a lot of waste trucks. I thought this building was traffic optimized, but I guess not. Probably for the best. Otherwise, these vehicles would never stop moving. Vehicles leaving the waste incinerator should have priority. This thing also underwent maintenance, but we did not pollute the waste anywhere. Didn't pile up too much. So yeah, I guess I'll turn this one to machine replacement down to 20%. $47 days of work. Is that the same cost? what you get if it was already worn down more. I think it would be higher at that point. Still 450 work days to fix the steel mill. But yeah, I think for the waste incinerators, maybe it makes sense. Man, the waste is piling up here. We'll try it. If it leads to problems, then Sovskoi is gonna have an issue, because that's the waste management responsible for the city's waste. Thank you for the follow, Panzrami, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Two more construction tasks on the train track. Next house is up, 60 extra workers. We can keep planning the buildings here. I don't know how much I want to bring the terraforming out to allow for more space. Balconies on the water side, because why not? Monument here in between, probably. I would like these houses to be fairly, like, compact. Maybe even get the no, the waste storage here is fine. They have a lot of windows out that side. That's okay. Have to keep it closed for most of the time, though. It's gonna be smelly. can develop the housing all the way up to the hill. And then it would stop. It has to be in walking distance of the tram platform. And I guess some of them can walk up the hill to workplaces, but everyone should be in walking distance of this and the grocer. And that should be achievable easily. Might need a second grocer at some point. They also kind of want a police station, so let's get that in place. I guess we could have that up here too. But it should be mostly like in walking distance. I think that one would make sense to have in range of the residential area. Oh, we can fit that in together with the housing. Kind of want to flatten the hill to allow this building to be placed. Well, the heating pipe and power line are in the way, so... Coal is coming back. Waste disposal. Construction waste is running full. That's not good. There should be one truck heading up here getting the construction waste, at the very least. Why are you so far away? Oh, you're refueling. That doesn't mean anything though. Is the extra productivity causing so much construction waste to be made that the single storage is not filtering out correctly anymore? Yeah, that looks to be an attraction building. Cableway for construction waste? Absolutely not. Don't be ridiculous. Like, they should be sending another truck out for construction waste right now, but they don't have enough vehicles apparently. Because the waste piled up so much. You are too short, you can't reach there, that's the reason. That technical service was not in range yet, but now it is. Not outside the area, just in here. Okay, we found the reason. Found the culprit. There were 4 vehicles idling in that technical service. Now it should get better. And there it is, vehicle production. Early start version. 250 workers per shift. Half the storage capacity of the larger one. What vehicles are you making? Probably the old ones for the Republic. Tunnel borer, post-jet. That would be a good idea for rail construction, yeah. To get a reliable source of like a tunnel boring machine that we can then also repair. I think basically the construction sector area that we built next to Donetiti could have the vehicle production line here where we can unload workers and transport material from the construction sector's supply and then bring excess workers here when the rail construction is gone. Make all vehicles over there. So currently not an exact plan on what we're making, other than definitely early start vehicles to not have to import those anymore if possible. But yeah, a tunnel boring machine would make sense. Or is there a tunnel boring machine? No, there are none. Currently, I don't know if some of them get added or not, but right now there's none. I might need another technical service here. We might need like centralized waste handling where it goes into a storage first and then the storage brings it to the incinerator, but if the storage overfills then it gets like brought somewhere else. There are not many tunnel boring machines in the workshop, so they have to commission one. Might take a while. I don't know when they... I assume it is... Maybe in 1930 they didn't have that technology, so it might not get one. Might make sense to make it difficult to make tunnels. It adds to the challenge to get through rough terrain. Tunnel boring at that time is basically just a constant supply of as many people as possible to the rail construction office. I might need an extra waste storage up here, because they're not sending enough vehicles up this way. I should be sending 2 more, and 2 more are assigned. It's just taking a while, apparently. And then 1 extra goes into the coal mine. I need to assign another storage for construction waste, I think. Let me do that. empty that out. Let me assign another construction waste storage. We need to filter out construction waste. That is very important. More important than like making it run all the time. Okay, one more mixed waste pickup apparently. Because if we manage to filter out most of the construction waste at the source, then the other production steps are way easier. Like not production steps, but like management steps for the waste itself. Since we don't have to then pick up the construction waste at one of the incinerators. The technical services do that right at the source. If I wanted another waste storage here, I would have to terraform. Alright, there we go. Quick Google and Wiki mentions tunnel boring machines in the 1800s, but mentions softer material like limestone and sandstone, but they were manual designs. Okay. So manual designs would be a tunnel boring machine, but it actually requires workers, which is like a rail construction vehicle. But maybe it's more efficient at drilling tunnels. So I guess they could add that, yeah. Because the current tunnel boring machine is fully autonomous, doesn't require any workers at all. I think I'm gonna add another technical service. I did leave the space here to build one. Gotta make sure the monument isn't blocked visually for people driving up the hill. Could restrict it to not be buildable under rock decals. That would confuse so many people, I think. But yeah, would be an option. I'm not sure if that is a thing. They would have to make a separate type of tunnel, I guess. So how are these two different? One is slightly longer. And doesn't have any balconies. Okay, terrain is too tough. Terraforming not possible. buildings are also smaller. No, they're not. Just looked like it. Something along the lines of such a thing. Could let us use explosives to speed up the tunneling process. Yeah, that could work. Like, take a whole bunch of like work days off for using explosives. Yeah, the extra productivity is just making too much waste up here now. And it's not a lack of of vehicles heading up here, but the vehicle count is getting quite low. We might have to move this waste storage. I mean, as long as we're filtering all the construction waste, it's kind of fine. Oh my god, it's finally done. Okay. List of buildings by train distribution office. Oh right, we don't have any assignments anymore. There was something, wasn't there? Well, that's for the coal deliveries, that's for later. Train depot, long train depot. You can now start delivering gravel here. I guess I could put the rail distribution office in this area. Because we already have water. Would have to put a switch in place. And then that switch could also supply water to the rail construction office, and the truck could go away for now. Get the bulldozers over here, and we flatten out a space and put a rail distribution office in the location. No buildings with pedestrian walkways through them, just one with the road, one's more flexible. No, not in this case. I don't want to build anything with a road connection in here, it's just houses. Probably need a heat exchanger nearby, because we're getting to 200 meters. We can place that in the center if it becomes a thing. Well, it's heading here, so... It's still gonna be a while, the trip is not short. There it is, 300 tons. Probably gonna make that train twice as long, so it delivers 600 tons. Well, I don't think I have the room for that. Was 100 and something meters that I gave myself. 130. It's very short. I guess this is the train length we have. Oh, there's so much loyalty. Okay, 1% happiness and culture enjoyment, 1.4% sports enjoyment, and 1.8% loyalty. 20% propaganda now. Should hopefully start driving up happiness too. My city is full of narrow passageways between the older buildings, but we are talking hundreds of years old. It's like a maze, just walk through people's backyards. Yeah. That works too. Probably have the heat exchanger either here or here. 290 meters. Probably in here. They're called Smau from Low German. I don't know what that means. This is closest term, a little narrower than that, only like a meter across. Yeah, that's a Gasse, I would say. And that explains it, thank you. Probably the kindergarten in here. Temperature too low. Minus 35, that's fine. Don't have a kindergarten here yet. Do I start picking up construction workers from this bus stop, tram stop? It risks us not getting any workers to the heating plant. It's too risky. People looking for praying, not being able to unload here, that's fine, they're just not gonna go anywhere. Oh no, they got loaded, never mind. They're all Schiefer stairs, or cobblestones. Oh, Schiefer stairs. The E and I is flipped in Schiefer. It's different pronunciation to English. Someplace diagonally, sticking 45 degrees up. For horses to get grip from them in the winter. So they don't slip, yeah. Where's my music? There it is. No, there it is. Just stopped. Okay. I'll be able to assign themselves to here. Oh, I can do it. Oh no. I still need to hook up this thing. Oh, they can do it. Could be a few more workers in the heating plant, if I'm gonna be honest. A few more people, like, up the road. Need a waste storage for the sports facility. Yep, I'll be in range. We got gravel. Asphalt and concrete are now available locally. Cool. That's gonna speed things up. It's minus 37 at the moment, degrees Celsius outside, with the buildings being at 14 and 13 degrees. They will need more heating. Especially if I'm building up more houses like I am right now. I think there should be a heat exchanger up here. It's amazing that this one is doing so badly. Okay, the heat water tank is at 79 degrees. Just not enough workers in the heating plant dealing with it. Now it's back to 82. The more houses we build, the more workers are gonna walk into the heating plant by tram. I also should build a local fire station. Maybe this could be the local fire station's area, instead of squeezing another house in. I think that makes sense, location-wise. What's the large one look like? Nope. Too much. That should be the technical service in the other area. Yep. Man, unbelievable. Let's keep adding vehicles. It's making too much construction waste, it's making too much waste. I need another pickup location. This is like covered by a footpath. Not great. The output of the coal mine is limited by the waste storage at the moment. I guess I could extend it out this way and put a waste storage here and a waste storage out further. Means we would have to get rid of this one first, and the coal mine would only run on its internal waste storage, which wouldn't be great. But I think that's the only real way to do things. We'll remove the waste storage, drop one in behind this, drop one in next to the coal mine itself, and then merge the roads out there. Well, it's a lot of waste, so prohibit waste disposal. Actually let it run full and then prohibit it. That way the technical services will mostly empty it for us, and then we have to drive off the rest. So we are on the clock for this. Seven waste pickups. Demolition of the gravel road probably has to be done. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll demolish the waste storage first. Yeah, maybe we can have two waste storages in parallel here. And they hook up to the existing road. A large waste storage would not solve the issue, because the storage capacity is not the issue. If I make a larger waste storage, it's going to run full as well. The issue is that only two waste trucks are heading to a waste storage at a time. So setting up a second waste storage will solve it, because then we'll have 4 waste trucks driving up there. Yeah, right now there's only one vehicle always driving to the mine, and that'll limit its throughput of like the waste removal. Demolition office will have to get involved once we start destroying stuff. With 2 waste storages, I believe we will have enough capacity to probably empty this out reliably. The same issue is also happening for other buildings here. I mean, the other technical services vehicles aren't here yet. Oh, they've started the machine replacement. And the internal waste is now... Wait. That's wear and tear. Did they do machine replacement already? Looks like they did. But the wear and tear building maintenance is also reducing productivity right now, so that explains that loss of efficiency. I can use a road crane. They throw 100 people at it. Get it done with 1 worker delivery in total. Okay, is there another? There's no other truck heading here, so let's get rid of it. 10 tons plus demolition. And it's maintained. People can also walk onto the demolishing site, which is fine. We'll crank that up. Don't have to wait for the excavators. Cannot store or export steel. Like, that's fine, I guess. Export to distribution office. Loading bricks and steel. Returning from brick export. And doing board export for 31,000. I think, yeah, that's true. That board export is not great. But it keeps things running, I guess. Alright, demolition is done, no more workers. Just 4 waste trucks, which are heading this way. And then this thing is going to be removed. Then we'll place 2, maybe 3 new waste storages. Board's making the money flow. Yes. Last year we made 2.3 million in board exports. Which is about the same amount we're making in cement exports. There's the excavator and bus. A little bit late. Letting this dump directly into like a incinerator would also be okay, I guess. Small incinerator directly hooked up to the mine. But then the construction waste wouldn't be... I guess the construction waste could go into the external storage and the rest goes through the incinerator. Wonder if that would be a way to build it in the future. Cut down the waste at the source directly. Every building gets an incinerator, why not? How's this too sharp of a turn? Ridiculous. I don't think this one would hook up. A third one would just be a nice to have feature. Do we build it this way? I'm pretty sure yes. Unless I want to build the first one here, second one down here, and the third one... I think I should redo the gravel road. And see what we can set up. It's gonna make the construction phase a little bit longer, but that's okay. Coal mine hasn't stopped working yet. It's just slower. It's gonna affect our steel production, which they can't keep up with exports anyway. Alright, let me know when that road is demolished, and I'll come back here and I'll set everything up. Still learning the ways of setting up cableways on hills. Yeah, it's not as easy as you think in the beginning when you have to like realize that you still need to be able to drive to every cableway pole. But I think it's a fun challenge. A little bit concerned with the heating. It's 82 degrees now, but it's still fairly cold already. Maybe we'll just drop the heat exchanger here. Great. I don't want to have crossing over heating pipes already in the beginning. I thought I didn't need any more heating in here. Oh, that's fine. I'll be fine. That doesn't look too bad. Uranium mine is on the hill. Yeah, our coal mine was too, but I built a tunnel instead. I went that route. Like, putting cableways on this hill? Good luck. Without a helicopter. Sometimes the hill is too steep for cableways. I mean, you could still snake, like, roads along the hillside, but I think a tunnel here was the easiest option. Do wonder if I want to build gas power plant with car parks. Not if you just have car parks, that would work very badly. Because a worker reserves itself a workspace from their home until they get there. And during that time no one else can work at that slot. But with a park and ride solution it would work. Having a small bus stop next to the gas power plant. It will send a lot more workers to that area though than necessary, so not sure how you would limit it. If you have another industry, then an industry plus a gas power plant it would work. Because then it sends a ton of workers there by car, and most of them would probably balance themselves out into the first few worker slots. It's a balance between like making sure it actually runs and not having too much unemployment. Is it going to remove the dirt road too? Yes, good. Okay, we'll build that. Maybe even accelerate construction a little bit. Do the efficiency thing. Because I can build it near a chemical plant. Yeah. That would work. Mostly storage for construction waste, but it will still be split up between the two. Otherwise, if we do one just for construction waste, it's still going to be only one truck heading to that building. It's best to have a mixed amount of containers in there. With the mine not running, all the waste trucks are now idling. But that will change soon. Yeah, that thing pumps out waste ridiculously fast. Holy crap. I mean, it's a very efficient building. A rework of that with an incinerator would be so nice. I don't know if a cableway would handle that. No. But I can't build a cableway as well because it's like out the back. And the construction waste, you can't unfortunately have it like separate out via conveyor. Just have like two storages with a conveyor splitting it up before, one for the coal ore and one for the construction waste. They don't do that. I don't know if they do that out of the factory connection into a cableway station. I think if we use the cableway station, we would still have to separate the waste out here first and then load it into the cableway. Yes, we're working on the coal. Steel mill's gonna run dry. That's the least priority. So many people there. I'll hook up like one of them with like dirt roads, or both of them with dirt roads. And they cannot build all three at the same time and then slowly upgrade them to gravel. Man, that excavator feels slower than before. Yeah, build all of these. Waste storage is prohibited. Let me know when one of them is completed and we'll set them up. Then the coal mine can work full speed. With 3 times the amount of waste trucks heading up there, make sure that the waste is removed. Oh god. Everyone working in the police station and not making sure that the heating plant is still running is very good. Good trick, guys, good trick. It's only 5 degrees in here, so hopefully one of you will make it to the heating plant momentarily. People. Fire station still has people in it. Because of this route. Heating needs to work locally. Shouldn't have to deal with that. Oh, some people made it. 2. Good work. I want one of the fire trucks to be repaired right now, so they don't get repaired at the same time, because I bought them at the same time. There's also too many workers in the repair station here. Like 5 for the tram repairs should be way more than enough. Like the trams and the lines of other vehicle routes going towards that place. Good. There you go. Can you copy to buildings under construction? Because that would be news to me, but we'll see. If that one took over the settings, I want to see that. And yeah, it will fill up one of the containers first, then it will go to the second one and then the third one. They're not filling up all equally, which is fine, I think. At least the coal mine can work again. Enough to satisfy the demand of the steel mill at the moment. Unless we're loading like coal by train or by something else. Yeah, I want to see. Did this take over the settings when I copied it onto the building while it was under construction? I don't think so, but it would be kind of cool, because then that would be like the first step towards being able to set things up with the waste storages being pre-configured before they are even done building. Well, we'll find out. It did take it over. Cool. So it did have the settings for the construction waste already assigned. That's good to know. Very neat. I can finish the road construction, and then the waste storage and waste handling for the coal mine should be sufficient. And hopefully we'll have enough trucks to handle it at this point. Yeah, now we're dealing with the lack of workforce here. I could solve it by a dedicated extra stop that is just there for construction workers for the time being, so the people in the area split themselves up a bit. Then I'll pick up construction workers from there for now, instead of the tram. That'll give me my own worker supply locally. I don't really need it for the housing construction, but I need it for these stupid short little footpaths. You know what? Go back to the tram stop. I'm going to set up a free construction office with personal cars that pick up from this instead. Don't have any personal cars left. I mean, I could take the route of the firefighters, I guess. At least like half of them. No auto search, unassign everything. Well, auto search for everything that isn't a building. Roads, pipes, footpaths, anything. But not buildings. Buildings take too many workers. And they can walk onto building construction sites on their own when we deliver them by tram. So ideally just help with like roads and all of those stupid footpaths that prevent construction vehicles from getting to the next construction phase. That should help a lot. And hopefully it won't cause an issue with the heating. We're basically splitting up the workforce 50-50 that way. I think it'll be okay.
very nice. It begins. That was the missing puzzle piece. So yeah, more houses now, more workers. At some point the waste management is gonna be like, it's too much, everyone's dying again from waste. We have asphalt and concrete now, we can build the road into the harbor. Waste management should probably be set up at the back here somewhere, not too close to the city. Together with the heating plant could be a bit much, but if it's 1.5 kilometers away, it will probably be fine. But yes, we have the resources now to build things in the area ourselves. The tunnel feels fairly short. It's over the ground a lot. I have no excavator free. No, I have to raise the terrain, I think. Tunnel is fine. Gotta wait for an excavator to be available. Good, everything hooked up. This one will run full at some point, and then the second one will kick in, and the third one, I guess, in case the incinerator undergoes maintenance of machinery again, it'll be able to store some extra waste up here, can leave the coal mine running for a little bit longer. Maybe now we need that other ore processing plant. Missing coal. Oh, coal was loaded by a train coming in, so that would explain it. We have the steel. Let's build it up. Oh my god, running the coal mine at full efficiency? Can we do that? Yes, I think now we can. Okay, they're building the heat exchanger, heating pipe is ready. We'll start working on the other footpaths so they can set up more housing right next to it. Should alleviate the heating issues. Lots of crime in the area. It ran through unchecked for a while, but I don't think we have the workers right now to increase our like work on dealing with crime at the moment. Once these houses are all up, then yes, at that point we can run the police station at the required rate to deal with the crime. But not yet. And having a local fire station here right in walking distance of the houses is also going to be a lot safer than just the one in the heating plant area. We'll probably give this one the full complement of fire trucks, and I mean this one should also still have the full complement. Because it's right next to the heating plant and I want that one to be extinguished as fast as possible should it catch fire. Hello Doogie. Welcome. It's going well, thank you. Enjoying a Sunday with all the curtains and blinds down because it's absolutely disgustingly warm outside and it's building up for a thunderstorm and I hate it. The temperature will start dropping in 4 hours. By about 20 degrees. So we'll see. No sun, but temperature's dropping. Well, here it isn't yet. 4 more hours, then maybe. Then maybe. Are you living in South Germany too? Yes, I live in Munich. Yep, precipitation will start in 4 hours. They were saying thunderstorm, but apparently it's just starting to rain without lightning. Which is fine. I might go outside and run around in the rain. Cause why not? Five workers providing room for 7 babies is a gain, but 10 workers for 8 babies would have been a loss in workforce capacity. Okay, still looking good. I'll try and increase the amount of workers here by double, since it's getting warmer. And by the end of this we should be seeing the extra houses come online. If I start increasing workforces everywhere, then buildings will stop running. Yeah, I don't think I have the workforce yet to run the police station at 15 extra workers per shift. That's a bit too much. And if you can't find any work within the construction, you're gonna go to the tram stop. And if the tram stop is full, you can go to other buildings, I guess. Yep, having no workers in the heating plant is not really an option, so gotta wait with the police station. And the fire station is gonna eat as many people as we wanted to put into police station anyway. So we'll need we need more houses. Can't get around that. Oh, there's even a footpath entrance here. Convenient. I believe I do need a waste drop-off point. Alright, DO waste. This is gonna be container waste. City. Container mixed city. All the mixed waste from the city will be stored in here. The distribution office will have to take it away on a trip to the nearest waste incinerator, which is gonna be quite far, but later on it'll take it into the harbor area and might be moved. But for now it'll stay there. fire trucks. And hopefully onwards to the construction of some houses. Can only get to the concrete plant right now, not the asphalt plant, if I'm doing the road rework here. Thankfully the replacement footpath is just going to be gravel, so it'll be easy to set up. And I will have to put that road in and rebuild the rebuild this fairly quickly. Interrupting the other road construction in the process. Let's do it right now. It might not have been the right place. Thankfully Workers and Resources is quite okay with like slight interruptions in construction these days. I guess we'll wait until the footpath is cleaned up and then interrupt it again. Where is that waste truck? Must be still far away. There it is. Well, we can have 5 workers on the construction side of the monument now, that's okay. Excellent. No asphalt right now, just a second. Yeah, that will be fine, sure. We built the footpath and everything is fine. That's where we can store our waste. Once the footpath is done, the asphalt plant will start working and then they can complete the road construction. Might have to move some excavators there manually. We should be able to get a sub button soon. Sorry, Chumame in the house. I don't have a plan for that. Not really planning for that. Next footpath. Excavator, small dump truck. It's gonna be quick. And then asphalt will work again. The maintenance offices also need to have the correct assignments now for asphalt, concrete and gravel locally. They're still driving up there to the other construction sector, which is not necessary anymore. Everything is in the city now. We'll have new houses soon. I'm gonna reduce the amount of workers in the fire station. Right now heating is fine. Outside temperature's at 15 degrees. But yeah, having another house up will be nice. Kinda important to be ready for when it starts getting cold again. There it is. Yep. That was to be expected. Some of these houses will not allow people moving in. And that's the ones we moved the neighboring settlement into, maybe? I guess it would be too early, we still don't have any water production. I guess I could put the water production here. Yeah, then the heating wouldn't be a problem, maybe. Or water production up here would also be fine. Water well, walking distance of the tram stop. Up here might be okay. I don't know, it's all kind of commercial. Yeah, here they can definitely move in. 2 houses, extra workers are desperately needed. Maybe one of them will have to be highly educated again to work in the police station. Build that house up, please. Everyone can walk onto the construction site. And it would be nice if these footpaths get done too, like that one would connect the houses on a pretty fast footpath. This also needs to be built. What are the paver and roller doing? Working. Alright. We'll bring the firefighters back up to the normal number, then upgrade the police station to double the workers. Deal with the crime in the area. There's so much bad crime here. Jesus Christ. And then start building the prison while we continue building the houses. And I guess these ones will have to take workers because we need a safe number of workers first before we can consider moving these over. But it will be nice to demolish this. I will need the local demolition office to deal with that. I guess the one in construction sector Donatiti can also help. But having a local one will be nice. I guess Donatiti can do it. It is in range. No bitumen, huh? Well, it would be good if we still have the other distribution office assigned that is bringing bitumen to the area. That would be helpful. Actually, no, wait, what? You don't have bitumen assigned to yourself, then. We have bitumen here. That is what was missing. Good, now it's working again. I feel like it's gonna be a mixture in looks of like Bogotá and Sovskoy, with the residential area looking more like in Sovskoy, and I mean this is looking like Bogotá, but very like grid-esque basically, except for the road. That one got built first. Okay. Just waiting on the houses to finish. It's gonna be more people, and that's what we need. I'm thinking of bringing a paver and roller into these maintenance construction offices, which aren't really permanent like additions, but they kinda are. I'll do that. 2 pavers and rollers, probably transported by an open haul truck. Vehicle's only a couple years old, shouldn't get rid of it yet. A Yak Open can carry it. And I think also the roller, right? Yeah, smallest one can carry it. We'll load it, set it to deliver to the other construction office, and then come back here, and then we'll have to start it again. One vehicle, one construction office each. So last stop is pretty much going to be this. Copy that over. Well, I can't copy it if there's only one assignment. Copy that over. Load the pavers. And then we'll split up the route at the destination, fixing the routes that way. I'll open the route, but change one of the vehicles. Go here. Construction office maintenance. Unload the vehicle, then go back. And the same thing for you basically, but the other building. I mean, we could have sent them all to the same construction office, I guess. And then just split it up from there. But this is safer. Then we'll load the rollers and run them one more time. Then we'll have a bunch more pavers and rollers here, which we will need in the near future when we build the harbor. The house is up. We're gonna gain the population over time. And yeah. Can you get through the tram stop right now? Yes. Still need to finish the footpaths though. Okay. Mechanisms have to be transported by truck. Which means if the open haul trucks are all busy, then the pavers are not going to be carried. It would be nice having a dedicated construction office for them. 2 pavers, 2 rollers, yeah, and then the 2 trucks in their own construction office. Yeah, let's set up the technical services too. Might as well. Paris should be able to get that done fairly quickly. Let's build the footpath first and upgrade it later. Let's make a dirt footpath so they can build the statue too. And a dedicated construction office for the worker vehicles would also be nice. In the beginning with this bus stop, later on from a dedicated source that has, like, a residential source that always has enough people. Doesn't have to be here, it could be like an earlier stop, but this is pretty much the first stop in the future of the tram route that is going to run counterclockwise through the city. So it would make sense to have those personal cars pick up from the tram stop with another construction office over on that side. Sure. Well, let's see if the police station can catch up with the crime. Definitely not with all these cases that have like run down to sub 50%, I don't think. Well, let's give it time. Get some more people. And then increase the police even more. Up to like double again. In the meantime, we can start building the prison. And I guess this will be more housing here. I would like there to be an extension for housing on that side. And if they can't get to the tram stop, they can walk up here. Probably not to that tram stop either. But one of them should be reachable. If I drop a house here, and give it a brick footpath to the road, it can reach this tram stop, but not the one up here. Kinda like it should be. tube. Oh, White Rabbit, welcome. It's going well. Finally building up the next city. It's way too warm outside in real life, but other than that, doing well. Thanks. Hope you'll find too. Yeah, that'll work. I hope the heating is gonna be enough, because right now I don't think it will be. We're 200 meters away again. I kinda need another heat exchanger here. Which means I need the other heat pumping station. And then maybe relocate that heat exchanger to the new heat pumping station too. And then when it gets warm again next year, we're gonna make some changes to the heating pipes, I think. Maybe with a demolition office nearby. Which means I have to determine the rightmost heating pipe, and that's probably gonna be this one, to the heat exchanger between these houses. And then slowly set up all the other ones. Because I don't like the overlapping heat pipes visually, but that's a very, very minor nitpick. Playing the same settings as you, as I'm finally breaking even, except vehicle purchases in 1944. Nice. Congrats. Just be aware that prices will change and things will get more expensive in rubles. And watch out for that oil and fuel price. Hopefully it doesn't hit you. Okay. Paver got delivered. I don't think the trucks are back yet, are they? Nope, they're still driving. It's quite a trip, but yeah. We'll set them. We'll move the vehicles over to the other construction offices. The current routes we can basically load the trucks and then send them to the new construction offices. That'll be fine. Fuel's gone from 100 rubles a ton to about 600 now. Okay. Maybe you're still on track to get fuel to 8,000 rubles per ton in 55. Who knows? But if you have some oil extraction, then it shouldn't be a problem. I don't like that. I don't like that. They should have the same angle as these, I think. So we'd have to terraforming some of the hill away. But yes, I think that will look better. Concept otherwise I think will hold. Alright, we also have that heat exchanger up here, I guess. Maybe it's enough with both of them? Huh. It's still fine, I think, regarding heat pumping. Or am I gonna revert that? I don't know. This could be enough, but it's very far away from 2 heat exchangers. I think I'll have to wait with this for now. Cancel that one early. I need that local demolition office if I'm doing reworks like that. There's electricity here. No oil extraction, I'm building a road towards oil just in case. Once you got oil, all thoughts of money go out the window and I join the struggle. Yeah, just be ready. I have the same opinion. And then fuel prices went up to 8,000 rubles per ton. And that was not survivable without any of my own fuel extraction. It's quite a large housing complex, but yeah, we'll see. We can turn these off from allowing people to move in, I guess, and then build up one and see what the heating looks like. Highly educated people correctly set for the houses. This one was the first one we built, so it had a bunch of highly educated people move in, but no new ones will move in there. Let's up the amount of workers again. We sure need it. How the tram's looking. Heating needs to run right now. Heating looks fine at the moment. If there's no workers going to the bus stop, then it means there's also no workers really going to the tram stop. But right now, well, it depends. The police station just got increased. Okay, some of them are still walking there. I could tell one building to always send people to the stop, I guess. And that way we'd be safe. Send them to the tram stop, otherwise if it's full, you can send them anywhere else. Up the grocer amount to 8 shoppers for now. A little bit low here. Could have a food truck there. Or a meat truck. I think a food truck would make sense. %. 60% on everything, basically. Do I do another separation of this? Like another housing block in the middle? Could have like some of the larger housing blocks. Probably another kindergarten instead, and like potentially a heat exchanger, but we'll have to see how it looks first. Yep, it is in range. Yeah, we can do that. Have some footpaths out here. And then connect to the road once all of this free stuff goes away. My rule is try and keep all residential buildings within 60 meters of a heat exchanger. On Siberia, that would be a good idea. On other maps it would be too far away. Or like, not too far away, too close, too harsh. How did you do that little footpath? What little footpath? These ones? From the building? I just built the I just made sure somehow measure the length of a minimal footpath. Yes. If you want to know how to make this as short as possible, all you need to know is that as soon as it stops snapping, when you move the mouse cursor away, here is where you can have a footpath connect. That's how you measure that out. So as soon as the snapping stops, it will work. Yep. All of these will connect. That's how it is built. There's short footpaths everywhere. And yeah, we might need a heat exchanger here, I'm fairly certain. But for now, we'll build up one house and then see what it looks like. Or multiple. Put some strain on the heating, I guess. It's already at 48%. Let me know when the prison is done and then we'll move supplies in. Another question, if you open small residential buildings, there's a hotkey to cycle them. Do you know what it is? Q and E. If you mean this one. Same as raising bridges, lowering wires and pipes. It's always Q and E. Some of them support it, some of them don't. If Q and E doesn't work, then it's a building in a category that can't be cycled. Let me go to Sovskoye and check the status on the coal mine. Also, the construction office trucks are probably back. Cannot store or export coal ore. Good. It has run itself full on coal again. Also, you have the other coal ore processing plant in place, so we're full. It's fine. If we map Q and E and it doesn't work with the new keys I've mapped to them, which is annoying. Ah, okay. Then I don't know. Might be worth a bug report if the remapping Q and E prevents the cycling of buildings. This workers' construction office will also deal with maintenance, which is good. You can't copy the settings on an unfinished construction office. I was just being hopeful, I guess. You allowed yourself the luxury of an asphalt paver? Yeah, the pavers are pre-1960. They are pre-1960 vehicles. 1958. So technically, they're allowed. Some of them I don't take from pre-1960 because they look visually so distinct, but a paver and a roller I think is okay. They look old enough. Tunnel construction underway. I mean, the train tracks are all done, so I guess we could start building out towards the train tunnels too. Have you noticed smaller water well is now locked behind deck? Seems excessive. No, I noticed that. I like it. It's gonna make it more difficult to set up water supply for the steam trains. So you will have to figure out how to get running water to a steam locomotive that is like mainly inland. Sticking close to a water source might be quite helpful. Or you have to set up a settlement and run a water well with that. I hope they add more stuff and lock more stuff behind tech. I think that change makes sense thematically, as it requires workers to be where you want to have water. Unless you want to use dirty water with a water outflow, which works also for steam locomotives, but then you have to be next to a body of water. A water well just allows you to plop down a source of water anywhere. And that was too easy for early start, I think. That's a nice thing to get with a research. My initial settlements and Sovskoye are all running on the older water wells. So the new city we're building on that change, but this one has the small water wells, which I don't have access to anymore, unless I copy paste them, but we're not doing that. Looks like we've run through all the criminal cases for now. Oh, they all run out of time. Waste storage is hooked up. Let me check which
waste trucks I have. And then technical services still being built. I'll get some free ones for now, fill them with vehicles, and run them through the new storage. Only hazardous waste is, mixed waste is supposed to be stored in here, hazardous waste not. Hazardous waste still has to be transported all the way over to Sovskoy. But I mean our mixed waste too, till we get the incinerator up. Other things will not be picked up by the technical service until we have the new water supply, I guess. Might as well copy the assignments for now. Sewage discharge and water source over here. And then get some trucks. Does every settlement have their own incinerator? It's not really... no, not every settlement. The villages definitely don't have them. But the cities have them, because they also have an industry next to them. But the villages do not. They put it in a shared waste storage, and that is then transported to the city from there. So technically, most of my industries have a waste storage. And the industries are next to a city, so they also handle the city's waste. Okay. Well, that's a thing. Come on, you can sneak through. Nope, you can sneak through. I think the other train would have just driven out this way and turned around. So what I need to do is get rid of these signals, I think. Is there a necessity in use of waste transfer railway to transport waste? You can use it if you want to have more centralized waste handling, like if you have a lot of... I mean, I like handling at the source because it reduces the amount of transportation stress, but I have been using waste transportation by rail also. But I don't do that much anymore. I try to handle all the waste locally, but I guess for the harbor maybe it makes sense to transport the ash out of the harbor and just dump it somewhere. Into like a bunch of shared dumps outside the area. If we have an yeah, maybe. It's mostly a space concern, like if you have a lot of space you could do everything there. And industries usually consume so many resources and make the most of the waste, that handling the waste right next to the industry makes the most sense. The city is comparatively small in its waste production. Oh, I thought they were still on road work, on groundworks. Guess that was not true.
Do you burn your hazardous waste? Yes. Until I get maybe hazardous waste where a lot of plastics waste is in there, but right now I don't have such a waste production. If I get a plastics factory, it might make sense to use like hazardous waste treatment. If I want to recoup the plastics waste getting generated, would have to go through waste treatment, waste sorting, and then incineration. It depends on what you want to do, I guess. But waste incineration is so efficient. And it can also handle mixed waste, pre-incinerated. So incinerate, then sort, then incinerate is usually what I like doing, because it gets rid of most of the waste and turns it into ash before it goes into separation. Reduces the waste amount a considerable amount. Well, you can handle it properly, but I guess we can't because it's locked behind modern industry, so I have no other choice but to burn it. So I guess I don't treat it, and I won't. It's too modern of an idea. Don't you run me dry on workers in the heating plant, please. But yeah, this is like the experiment of having like the citizens completely away from the commercial area. The only thing they have here is food. That's the only thing. The rest they have to get by tram. And it seems to work alright. It's just gonna be like a lot of waves of people arriving by tram in the future. Also some university students, but that's fine too. At least with the large trams you can build further away from the commercial district. Yeah, like I said, all of this is supposed to go into this area. Commercial district all on this raised terrain. Maybe some amenity buildings dotted around, definitely grocers. Other than that, we'll see. I need those road cranes. Where's the last concrete delivery? You're all idling. 0.46 tons. Missing cement. What? So you're mostly handling cement now, and some local fuel distribution, I guess. In that case, you're gonna get 4 cement trucks and 1 fluid truck. Okay. That would explain the lack of concrete, I guess. Cement deliveries aren't keeping up. And it also means that the road cranes don't have to stick around here and can go to other construction sites for now. Cement train does exist, but it goes to the construction sector over here because I didn't want to have a cement dry bulk storage in my city. That's the reason why it's outside. And it was just 2 cement trucks running, but that's insufficient, so we're gonna double the amount of vehicles. Up to 4. Like if I slap a cement storage here, it would look ridiculous, I think. Now that I think about it, you could put this thing on a cargo train station to feed the resources in by train. Okay, prison is ready. We need citizen goods distributing in here. 7 tons, 3 tons. Meat could be a dedicated truck, but that's fine. Yeah, this can hold extra people. Extra workers. Still need to truck in the cement. It is assigned to a distribution office. It's coming in. We're transporting it the last 4 kilometers by truck. So roadworks does not need any assignments. Vehicles here will only be transported by trucks. And we'll even bring some fuel to this. So the pavers and rollers never have to leave the building to like drive around and look for their own fuel source. I remember abandoning earliest concrete production when I realized I needed to truck in cement. Well, it's easier to truck in. You always have to think about like the quantity. You're trucking in 10 tons of cement to get 60 tons of concrete. So do you go to the border for 10 tons of cement, or do you go to the border for 60 tons of concrete? The gravel you can make locally, the water you can make locally. What do you want to go for to the border for? If you have to go to the border also for gravel, then yes, I would agree. You could just pick up concrete right away. But for just cement, it's better. Of course, you need a constant workforce to run it. And concrete from the border might be cheaper. Okay. All the worker buses, personal cars move over there. We still have our free construction office over here with pavers. That has to move out of the way. That's last thing, you need to handle the distribution of mixed waste to Sovskoy. And the waste from the city I put into the separation plant. I'm not incinerating it because there might be plastics in there, I don't know. So I'm setting that up for the container mixed at the waste handling facility already. Use a small metal cement storage connected to the concrete and truck it in. Yeah, they plan on adding hopefully a small brick-based dry bulk storage because the current ones are just way too large. Still gonna be 300 tons, but then we can have a 300-ton storage instead of a 1,000-ton storage that looks more nice, and hook that up to a train station like this, and have the cement in the city as well. But I'm not gonna build that huge, humongous, those dry bulk tanks. They're a bit too much for me. I guess this would work, but this one doesn't have a factory connection. These have factory connections, and this has a factory connection. And they're just too large. They're larger than any other building. Man, these footpaths are taking a while. No siren sounds, huh? Weird. Balance will be fine. The secret police would help weed out the disloyal elements here, and then we would get a nice chunky loyalty boost inside the prison too. I just have to build a secret police, I guess. Minus 35 degrees, minus 33. Looks good, a little bit thin here, but there's two heat exchangers on this side and they all look pretty good. So yeah, maybe a single heat exchanger isn't enough, but once you double up, it balances itself better. There's still more room to develop. So I guess we can't have another heat exchanger here. We'll have to see, like, I have to wait and see what these houses look like. But the other three basically need to be over in this area. So we need a heat pumping station on the way over there. It's quite far, it's gonna be over 1 kilometer. Like, the idea would be a triangle of them. One here, one here, one here. With the overlap of this heat exchanger dealing with giving the grocer a little bit more heating. This should be a good enough distribution of heat exchangers here, I think. So I could set up this one. Heat pumping station as far as we can go with a large heating pipe and then split it up into the smaller ones. And we'll see how it works. It's gonna be quite far for the heating. Could be that it is too far, but we'll see. I can't snap it to the small heating pipe. But I can, I guess, run it underground underneath the wire. Hello Hank, welcome. So yeah, we'll provide heating, heat pumping all the way up here. And then see what we can do with it. Maybe we'll have to start using small heating plants inside the city to alleviate the stress a bit. Like, we could put a small heating plant in here and run it with one worker, and that probably can keep everything heated well enough. I don't know how much I should try and pursue that idea. It seemed to work quite well, but I'm not sure if it's a reliable way to heat things. I went away from that in Sovskoy, but I think it's still worth like exploring that idea at some point. Hello Barbados Blackbelly, welcome. All of them are connected to water and sewage, heating and electricity. So that seems okay. Yeah, seems like the police station has caught up. I'm gonna reduce it down to 7 for now. It's a new year. We can turn the checkbox back on without getting flooded with the warning messages. No building constructions for you. Anything else is fine. Reconstruction, machine replacement, all okay. So yeah, imagine this housing clobbered around the coastline here. It would work. Maybe I can bring a water treatment plant into the area too, next to the grocer. We'll do the water treatment here, for example. Hello Scott, how's it going? It's going okay. Quite warm outside, but in game terms it's going very well. Donity is stable now. And we're building towards the harbor, tunneling through the mountain. And then have to decide on what to do here. I'm going to try a 3-layered approach for the harbor. A rail area, so a small plateau where the train tracks are going to run through, and they can do a right-hand turn into the mountain to then run underground wherever they need to go. That's going to be a lot of tunnels. Middle sector, road vehicles go in here. There will be gas station, there will be other things. And then a lower area where the harbor buildings are going to be located with facilities that have to be close. So in this case, a grain storage needs to be connected here because the factory connection doesn't work otherwise. But we can have storage tanks up here that go into a pumping harbor for getting the oil into a ship. And all of that will allow us to build through the harbor area and go towards Tosma, because I want to terraform the terrain here and get rid of this stuff to let our ships go to the west. Building a beautiful Siberian beach, exactly. It's going to be a beautiful Siberian concrete beach that is making us a ton of money. So I want to have a repair station down here and another pumping harbor. Either this way, but maybe turned. We also need a dry dock, or like a dock where ships can dock. I will need a lot of terraforming vehicles here because there's a lot of area to terraform, but the general concept of the 3 plateaus you can already see in the beautiful glowing white snow when I'm too close to water. I think it's time to like turn off the personal cars that bring workers to the fire station. I think we got it. It's fine. We can go to the depot. Hope you're doing well too. Huh. Yep, that's what it says. Okay, let's get rid of one of these and build a dirt footpath for now. Need another house here. More workers. Looks like we have an oversupply of workers. Which is not bad. Repair station up there is missing something, highlighted in green. Other than that, everything is hooked up the way it should be. What are you missing? Sewage? Sewage. Interesting. Well, not interesting, but interesting. Apparently that slipped outside the range of the sewage tank. That should deal with it. Nothing down here will become out of range from that change. So yeah, we'll just move the sewage tank a little bit over. That'll be fine. Could have done the same for the electric substation, I guess, because the meat storage was running out of electricity, but yeah, maybe I'll do that at some point. Just move that electric substation a tiny bit up. We'll see. Do you have any sewage plants? Yes, I have sewage treatment plants, but not here yet. I have them in Sovskoy, because the city outgrew the sewage discharges when we hooked up running water. And then everyone here got polluted, because the sewage discharge was on that side. These people got very sick, and now we run a sewage treatment plant. And discharge unpolluted water, also from the factories over here. They also got a sewage treatment plant retrofitted into the area, meaning we were able to extend our housing here quite a bit. Temperature too low, huh? I'm so tempted to give them a small heating plant. It would be... You know what? We're gonna do it. I want to see how it will behave. This is gonna be our test. We know this is stable and health isn't too bad, so let's just slap down a local heating plant into the city here. Right next to that heat exchanger. Happened to me last night as well. Yeah. As soon as you hook up running water, the pollution from the sewage discharge goes up quite a lot. I still need the rail distribution office. I got a bulldozer delivered to this location, I believe, so I could build it. I thought I wanted to wait until maybe the rail construction office is done, but nah, we'll set up a rail distribution office for Donatiti over on this side. And I'll have to reconnect the water. Yeah, it would be nice as a replacement of the rail construction here. I mean, both of these, the distribution office and the rail construction office, would go away at that point. I want to make sure it's in range of a fire station. It always has workers. Maybe I have to wait until we're done with the rail construction office once we have set up the new one. And then the rail distribution office could also be in the harbor area, now that I think about it. Because the harbor area will definitely have a lot of fire protection, that's for sure. We're gonna do a massive test of heating pollution in Sovskoy, with a residential area getting a dedicated small heating plant, and see if we can push the heating up in this area safely without causing too much pollution. If we drop below 70 years of life expectancy, it would be too much, I think. So this will be a test. Once it's ready, we'll limit it to 1 worker and start bringing coal. A single heating plant on 1 worker does not make a lot of pollution, so a single heating plant is kind of like safe, and in addition to the heat exchangers from the large heating plant going into the city. So I believe it will not affect the pollution much, if at all. But it should give the houses a lot more temperature. And will give us the option to also build more houses there if we want to. Let me put the tunnel construction low priority, otherwise I think the worker deliveries will start bringing workers here by personal car all the time. Oh, they're doing heating pipe. That one can be deprioritized too. So the same thing, if the heating plant is successful, might happen here. And then when we have a heating plant on the outskirts here, maybe on this hill, to pump heating into more residential areas, there might be another 1 or 2 heating plants along the coastline. But that remains to be seen. First we need to build up and get rid of all of this. Still need a water treatment plant, sewage treatment plant for the city. Sovskoy power plant, too many uninvestigated cases. What's going on? Why is the crime increasing? Maybe it just got assigned too many cases at like the same time. 8 cases ran out of time. Huh. Well, I guess you're gonna get a full complement of workers. I don't know what happened. Probably a fire somewhere, like decreasing temperature and causing a bunch of crime to happen. 14 degrees and it's only minus 24. Maybe they started doing crime as soon as I placed the heating plant into the city and they're like concerned. It's only 8 cases that ran over, so if we deal with these 5, it's probably gonna start reining things back in. But yeah, a lot of serious and medium crimes. Means something happened that they didn't like. Dropping in life expectancy as I'm watching this. Waste management is fine though. Sewage handling is fine. Must be just the winter. Maybe they want more NVIDIA heating plants. Well, I think this one's gonna be like an integrated graphics chip card heating plant, so just something smaller. Yeah, it's going to be able to provide heating to a large area. Going to get a lot of efficiency out of that thing. And pollution shouldn't hopefully be a problem, but we'll see. 70 years of life expectancy is going to be the cutoff point. I don't think this area drops below that. Might even improve it because of the better heat. We'll see. Quite a few people running away from this prison. 4 people is quite high. I wonder if there's areas where there might be too many wardens missing for a moment in time. What are the personal cars up to? Unfinished footpath, sounds good. Work your way through all the footpaths that are still open. Okay, small heating plant. Middle of the city. Let's get it started. Still at 66%. Well, it looked like they have enough people now. Gonna drop it down to 4. It doesn't take that many workers away from the steel mill. Maybe it's all the criminals from Donititi basically going to other areas and causing trouble. Looks like we're lacking a little bit of police staff in the area here. Maybe I do need that housing extension. Never mind. It was just temporary. Will you put down the secret police for the new city? Yes, I will. Not sure where yet. Since I don't know if I'm where there's gonna be if and where there will be a university. Basically, Bogudons is the medical university, this is the technical university, so I guess it would have to have the party HQ somewhere. That would make sense. $25 tons. Yeah, 50% is fine. No heating storage next to this heating plant. It's not critical for the function of the settlement just yet. Plus it would look silly to have a open coal storage in the middle of the city. It's gonna really depend on how productive the people are entering this building. Previous person, 11%. This one, 33%. It's only minus 15, so we're not gonna see the effect on the heating of the buildings that well. But next winter. And also the pollution effect at that point, once it has stabilized itself. How are we doing with like water and sewage here? Do I need another truck or two? Looks fine. It's only a short route over there. I mean, once we have our technical services, like we do now, it makes sense to get a few. I can have one technical service just for the large waste trucks in the end, and they can be told to deliver the waste directly to the other city, but I don't know. Or like in the future directly to the harbor, I guess. That's when we need that dedicated technical service. Footpath construction, good progress. Finally. can't upgrade the other footpath yet because this one hasn't been built. But soon. Fire station, full complement of workers, extinguish everything as fast as possible. Criminal cases are now fine. And these houses are being built without any citizens allowed to move in, just so we can see what the heating looks like. I think I'm gonna build everything up. It shouldn't drain the heating of the other buildings too much, because they're right next to the heat exchanger. But yes, I would like to continue building. Tunnel is done except for the wiring, I guess. Still need to upgrade the road to hold trams, which will disrupt the access to the waste storage here for a brief moment. But we will have to do it. And the dirt road is still in place, so they can still get there. It's just going to be slightly slower. Okay, you're gonna handle water and sewage now, so you're gonna get your own trucks for that. Water cistern. Apparently we don't have a sewage cistern. I'll give you 2 for now, until we decide to hook up the sewage network in preparation for the running water. I'll have to find a place for it, basically. I should probably have the worker office out of the assignment group, because I usually use that to assign it everywhere. Road works too. The buses over here can make their way to... where is it? The buses over here can make their way into the construction offices finally. Machine replacement in progress. Earlier this time, only 200 work days. Hopefully a shorter outage. Steel already got delivered. Just waiting in the mechanical and electronic components. This construction office is basically handling all of that. Oh, it's helping. So it shouldn't be too much of a downtime, hopefully. Heating plant is pretty much charged. 40% productivity. 100% productivity for the worker. Single worker gets up to 40% if they have 100% productivity. So yeah, I couldn't even run this at 2 workers, it would make too much pollution at that rate. I guess, what happens if you set this to 0.5? It says it's operating without issue, but it says 0% productivity. Is it still working? Like, if we run it below the required amount of a worker, can you run a heating plant without a worker? 0.9. It probably just doesn't let any worker inside anymore, I would assume, if it's below the required amount, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, that was just a silly experiment. So I guess setting something to a number of 0.5 or like half only works if there's like a secondary worker slot, where if you want not 5 doctors but 4 doctors, so you could reduce the amount of staff by like an even amount. I guess there it doesn't make sense, but here, if you reduce this to, you want exactly 13 police officers, so you would need 6 point something staff, basically 6.5 staff. And then you could have 13 police officers. Would 1 worker pollute less on a large heating plant? Don't know, we would have to see the ratios. 1 worker here makes 6 gigajoules of heat. Or pollution, I guess, it depends on pollution. So 1 worker here makes a ton of pollution per year. And here they make a ton of pollution per year, so the pollution is identical. But on this one it makes 6 gigajoules of heat. And here it's 7 gigajoules of heat. So same amount of pollution, 1 extra gigajoule of heat production per workday. So more efficient in a large heating plant. Interesting. So a large heating plant running on 1 worker would be better, because it would require more setup. The building would need more maintenance, but it's interesting. Worth considering that a large heating plant inside the city would be, on a single worker, would be the same amount of pollution, but more heat. Well, we'll see what this one looks like during winter. If this is working, then yes, we could use a large heating plant instead. Right now it's a pollution test, basically, and the pollution would be identical. 20 tons per the large heating plant for 20 workers, and 5 tons for the small heating plant for 5 workers. So that is all identical. But the large heating plant also has a larger internal heat storage, so it would also be able to deal with like fluctuations in heating more efficiently. Yeah, that's a neat thought experiment. Okay, we're not in winter right now. These buildings might have to be like set to be demolished if the heating is insufficient, but we'll test it. We can easily demolish them because no one will move in, no one's allowed to move in right now. Pollution of the small heating and large heating plant depend significantly on the worker productivity. If we're doing this with only the minimum amount of workers. How is it for the modern ones? Same for the small one. Small modern, 7 workers, 7 tons of pollution. 6 gigajoules of heat per worker? Is that right? 7 times 6, right? Yeah. Okay, it's too warm right now. Bringing out the calculator. Yes, it's correct. So 6 gigajoules of heat, which is the same as this one. And for the large one, it's less than a ton of pollution per worker, because it's only 26.5 tons for 30 workers. But it's also 7 gigajoules of heat, same as the large heating plant. So with this one, you actually get less pollution. If you use that directly in the city. With that idea. Not by much, though. 0.35 tons of... Is it 0.35 tons? No. 0.35. 3.5 divided by 30. 0.116. So 12% reduction of pollution. And yeah, maybe I'll place a small heating plant here. Somewhere in the center, heating up all of this. Could be a large heating plant, but I think it would look weird visually. Like if I drop a large heating plant here. I don't know. I was about to say I'm warming up to that idea, but then I realized the pun. I don't know, this could be good. Doesn't have this in range though. Small heating plant, small heating plant. We could try this. We could make it a reality as a default, like for new cities. I think once we stack them close to each other, they will start causing problems though. But yeah, maybe it'll work. It would be nice to find out. Tunnel is almost done. I'm gonna set up the tram line. We're not going through here with the tram line anymore, I guess. That is not necessary. Because on the return trip we'll go through the end station and back out. Power consumption is at half a megawatt. It's already going up to 1 megawatt occasionally, so we will need more electricity on this. It's not gonna be happy otherwise. And then when we build up the harbor with its own transformer, I'll set up another connection over there. Which I guess could be the first thing right after the entrance here. The transformer. The wire leading around the outside, so we don't have to dig through the mountain. And then a tram connection, a tram electric connection at the end of the tunnel. But I think it might make more sense visually if we hook it up into the tram stop or near the end station. But yeah, this will give us 2 megawatts. For 6 trams. Their power fluctuation. If they have to slow down and reaccelerate, they are very efficient at running at only 50 kilowatts. But they want 100, 200, 300 max if they want to accelerate, I guess. And if they have to slow down and stop and accelerate again, then yeah, you get a lot more load on the network. Otherwise they run as smoothly as electric trains. With stopping a lot more frequently, I guess. The amount of workers in the bus stop could be a bit higher. Let's do it. 65 workers always heading over to the bus stop for work right now, and as soon as I'm gonna remove the other buildings. As soon as we get rid of it, it will unassign itself from that building and it can go anywhere again as per normal. But this should give us a nice chunky amount of workers for footpath construction and other road construction tasks. And I guess also heating pipes. One work day, come on. Build that. Railroad construction progressing. We will need another loop, but with the... do we need a loop? Maybe not. No passenger train's gonna go into the harbor to loop around, they can loop earlier. Incoming trains, I don't know what we're gonna do with passenger trains. I mean, this loop is only here until we have another settlement, and then at that settlement there will be it's probably only like one more settlement between here and Tosma. Although there's quite a bit of space, could be another town. But that settlement would have the train platform with an end station to turn around on. Hello, really like the new brick roads. They look nicer than the prefab roads. Yes, they look very old school and nice. But they have a downside that they only drive 20 kilometers an hour when they're snowed in instead of 30 if you don't plow them. That's a bit of a concern. Our shopping centers and everything else is very efficient. 15 sellers dealing with 85 people, more than that even. Lots and lots of visitors. Yeah, let's see how this will behave during winter. I'm interested to see what Sovskoy Flat Brick 62 has to say about this. If the temperature in it will be better than 14 degrees, if it's going to be a nice cozy 16 or 17 degrees during winter. And if the small heating plant can like warm itself up enough, like at 40% productivity? Probably not. If it drains the heat too much, but I think if it gets colder than the heat exchangers, it just like takes heat from the heat exchangers instead. Hello, Pal Trip. This last time I think you have already repaid all your debt. Yes, we did that last time. All the debt is gone. This is all our money. And something is draining our coffers. Because we had 100 million. I think the resource imports are getting higher again. Not sure if any prices increased drastically. Fuel is over 10,600 now. Must be the fuel. Also, our steel exports weren't running that well. I'm gonna get some more trains for this thing. Let's get a green Polish train and a blue Soviet Union train. They all can run at least 100 kilometers an hour. So it's fine. And hopefully they'll run more steel exports that way. It's a little bit slow. Not sure if the steel mill has caught back up with production. Yeah, it has. After maintenance, it pretty much has. I could start reducing the amount of workers in like service buildings because of our higher efficiency now. Would bring more people to the steel mill basically. Instead of playing or sleeping, I spent my week of holiday developing a workers and resources tool. Oh, what's the tool about? What have you been cooking up? Might need another shopping center. Could also drop in an indoor pool up here. Game did not like that. I didn't even click. I clicked control, but not the mouse click. Weird. It's not finished yet. This is a web tool to plan the construction of a town, residential and factory. Parse game and save game files for the data. Cool. Very nice. Parsing the data is the big one, I think. Making that automatic is gonna make it easier for a lot of people. There are several tools that where you have to enter the data manually. Or the question will also be like, can you parse the game data so it, like, also pulls information like what the current stats of the steel mill are, for example. Something like that. Culture. I guess they're still running on the single cinema and the indoor pool and sports hall here, so yeah, it's a little bit overcrowded. Okay, I'll build that. Static website, you just have to drag and drop your save game file, no application to install. Okay, cool. Maybe the website. Sounds good. Like, I usually try to stay away from planning tools, because then I'm trying to develop basically my wide-based planning. But yeah, a lot of people do like the certainty of like having the information. Can you then also set things like the predicted loyalty your people will have, as in productivity of certain industries might change if you're running at like 35% loyalty and your productivity is down to like 70-ish%. Like a way to just like be able to set up productivity, and then all the information gets like modified by that value. Might make it easier to plan then. Unless you're planning on just 100% productivity. That would be fine too, I guess. You can set productivity, okay. It's not just the factories, like also if you're doing town planning, productivity also affects how much the sellers can sell to. Like, productivity will reduce the amount of maximum shoppers and things like that. It's not just the industries in that case. Somewhere health is going down, but it could have been winter. Pollution 1100. That might be the higher productivity, or the health is going down because of that heating plant, but I don't think so. Also 64 people are starving somewhere, probably on the train. I hope the heating is going to be fine. There's going to be a lot more houses this winter. And if not, we'll have to set up a heating plant, I guess. Or we panic demolish the existing houses, but pause them so they don't draw heating. Cool. Road construction done. Just going towards the tunnel now. Low priority on that, finish footpaths first, as usual. Yep, that's a good amount of workers, I think. I'll be able to get a lot of these footpaths built quickly. And yeah, I wouldn't be upset if I had to place a heating plant in here, I guess. I'd be okay with that. Would stabilize the commercial district a bit, give us heating all in this location. Then maybe in the future we get one over on that side or up here to help with all of this. But I don't know, like I have tried multiple heating plants in Bugodonsk, but they were very close together. And then running them with one worker, the pollution was still getting too much. So we have to be careful with that idea. But it did really help having a single heating plant still running, in addition to the heat exchangers. Without the heat exchangers it wouldn't be enough, I don't think. But who knows? I haven't tested that yet. I guess our village in the beginning, Gugoshny, basically has a single heating plant, but it's running with 3 workers. That one might be causing a lot of pollution now, because they also have increased productivity. So 3 workers is basically going to put it at 100% now that I think about it. And that's going to be like the factor for all of our settlements. They're probably just going full on productivity and then might cause pollution issues and dropping our health because of that. Something worth checking during winter, I guess. Good progress on the footpaths. I'll wait with the monument until we know what it looks like here, heating-wise. Small heating plant in range of the large heating plant could also be bad. Maybe the small heating plant should be more central. I need to set our trams to repair at the correct setting of 30. So some new trains and the trams, yes, all at 30. Let's give it a try. Wait, are they all repairing now? What the hell? What did I just do? Oh my god. Is that all the trams across the whole map? Is it gonna fix itself once the repair is done? What's going on? What is this tram? It's also in here. It's the same tram, just assigned like 100 times for some reason. I don't know what this is. I manually requested a tram to be repaired. It's leaving now. It's at 14% now. I don't know. Wait, that one's at 0. It left even though it's still assigned to the repair station. But it's at 0%. I guess it's the other... maybe the other vehicles that are attached there. Let me empty this out. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of vehicles. But apparently all the same vehicle. All the same tram. Strange. Very strange. Are the trams in Sovskoy getting repaired properly? So if they aren't, we're gonna have a problem in a bit. Looks like they are. 14 years old. Yeah, it would have already happened. It's quite a while ago. So that seems to work normally if we're not manually triggering a maintenance cycle, I guess. So housing wise, with the heat exchangers here, this is, I think, the layout we're going to use. This hill is going to be moved back a little bit, probably up to this point, which is still within the 100-meter range. Over here, we'll have to see. That would all be from this heating plant. Any further extension would have to come from another heating plant. And I think that would be somewhere over there, taking care of the heating up here. Heat pumping station, heat exchangers, allowing us to develop. Do we need a third heating plant? Man. I mean, this whole city could basically also just be small village-like extensions with individual heating plants. I wonder if I should set up a heating plant here as a precaution and then change it over. We can draw coal from this storage. It's not getting... Oh yeah, it's not getting supplied by the train distribution yet because, well, the distribution office has too many tasks. I think we're going to unassign... That's exports. What could we unassign? Can we unassign something? We could unassign the construction waste and metal scrap and make that dedicated trains. But it's also a safety valve to have it assigned like that. Coaling station. That one can be handled by a truck. That one I can unassign. We tested it, it works, but yeah, that one, just let a truck handle that. That way you can start bringing coal to the heating plant in Donetiti. Because it's still truck based and it scares me. It's gonna fall over at some point. Other storages of same caliber are set to 50%? Sure. The other coaling station we're bringing coal to by train is over here. And I wonder the same thing. Could be a local distribution office taking care of that. Unassigning the rail distribution office. I mean, in the future it should probably be a rail distribution office. Right now I'm struggling a little bit for assignments, I guess. Looks like the road has been built. Tunnel will be done soon. I'll have to start bringing terraforming equipment over here. A couple. Just a little bit. If we put a rail construction office in the area, it's going to have a distribution office to pull the resources towards itself instead of being connected to a train delivery directly. Because that just caused a lot of problems. Tunnel is done. Very nice. Let's get all the... let's not relocate the bulldozers next to the construction sector. Bogdansk Road Vehicle Depot. Huh. Sure, you can come over here too. 3 excavators, not the one next to the construction sector. I don't need that many excavators. It'll be nice to have some. And then we'll buy more bulldozers. That's our heating. Train should be on the way here. It is 450 tons. I mean, it's heating and power, I guess, because we're also driving the coal up here to the power plant. If I write power next to it, it's gonna be good to know, because some of the aggregate storages are just heating. But these ones are the very important ones. This one doesn't have a power storage. Well, it does have, but it does have its own storage in that case. 2,500 tons here, because we're producing it, so might as well. Producing it in the area, might as well store it there. "42 years old. You were on your way to a repair station, but you've just decided that it's no use, you're going to the scrapyard. Wise choice." Yeah, our money is going down, in, like, it seems. 7.6 million last month. The export should be getting better though. I got a few extra trains, which will hopefully handle these steel exports correctly. Production of the steel mill should be pretty good now. Why are we limited here? Should be higher than 50% with 300 workers. Is it power? No, it's not power. Otherwise this would... I mean, it's right next to a power plant. It's drawing directly from the power plant. Oh, it might be power. It might be limited based on power. Let's stop the export. Power plant gave it all it got. Still doing that. Are we limited nationwide on power? Do I have to turn back the imports? Do I have to turn them on again? This one's running full tilt. This one is not. So we have 14 megawatts of max capacity, which means 140% with both power plants combined, which we're getting close to. Over that, if we use more than that, then we run the risk of like one or both power plants undergoing maintenance and then using too much. But yeah, we're over 50% now. Was it 50? I was at 50, I think. Hopefully that will fix the money. I mean, saving up rubles doesn't really matter as much anymore because of the gigantic inflation. But I still don't want to start running into a debt spiral again. Can help it. Fuel price up to 13.3 thousand. It's going up. But oil exports should be exceeding fuel imports. Fuel and bitumen, I guess, in this case. Fuel and bitumen this year together less than 9 million. Oil export 16.5 million. So we're definitely got that covered. I think more the steel mill was more around 48 to 50 before you cut the energy export. Yeah. And it had more than 50% of the workers. So I would have expected it to be a lot higher. So maybe the power... Could we run into an issue with the power grid not transferring enough electricity through the wires? No. This is definitely not capped here. It's fine. Yep, one of the storages is full, and the second one draws an extra 2 trucks when it starts filling up. And the third one is just here for show, but yes, waste handling now is correct. Unfortunately, this overflowing message never triggers for me. I think you need to have that checkbox and the warning messages enabled, but then they used to trigger for like every waste storage in the city, and that was quite annoying. Although it was also quite informative, I guess. Maybe it doesn't do that anymore. Maybe we're gonna turn that warning on. Maybe it behaves differently these days. Ambulance, unemployment. I guess it's an informational notification? Oh god. No, 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 no. Get these out of here. What would... What triggers that? What is the setting to turn on the overflow message? I had them before, but I don't know anymore what causes them. I guess maybe it isn't informational. I thought it was urgent or important settings. I guess it would be kind of useful finding that out at some point. Would a transfer station make sense with that many containers? No. The technical services just pick that up and bring it down to the incinerator. Otherwise I would have to set up a distribution office, and I like handling this with technical services. We just need that many different containers because this one ran full, and then it wouldn't store anymore, so I had to set up a second one. Whenever this one fills up, it stores into the second one, and then it's fine again. I don't know when the overflowing warning triggers. Maybe it's associated with one of the checkboxes I have deactivated, but I don't currently know. I would have to test that. Almost all the houses are done building. It's going to provide a lot of workforce here. But can we sustain it with heating, or do we have to set up a small heating plant? The other idea was to change the whole heating setup and get the heating pipes redone, put a heat exchanger in here instead. Heat exchanger here, here, and that one. Well, we already have two pretty close to what next to each other. Sorry, that yeah, that's a heat exchanger. They're very close. It's at 53% now. We'll see what it looks like during winter. Just want to get the dirt away from the house and then I'll make it nice and smooth again. At least like some of the dirt away from it. And who knows, maybe we'll get a footpath here, but I don't see a reason for them to walk directly to the school. Everyone has to take the tram. It's gonna come back to like haunt me that everyone has to take the tram because it's gonna be like a capacity issue in the future, I think. Just gotta throw more trams at it. Or build modern ones, I guess. I guess you make trams in the rail construction of, in the rail manufacturing plant. Oh, we're down at 0 degrees. At -20 we should already see some of the heating being insufficient. It's only August though. Tunnel borrow when? Good question, right? Tunnel boring machine. Maybe we can snatch a cheap used one from the border before it goes kaput. No tunnel boring machine. Previously you got a lot of like tunnel borers, but I think with the extra vehicle availability these days, might be harder to get what you actually want. I want a notification if a tunnel borer becomes available as a used vehicle. Yeah, we have to transport workers, passengers and students up here. That will probably turn into an issue. We might need another commercial area on the way. Otherwise they all have to go to the same spot and that's just gonna not be cutting it. Gonna need at least 30% more trams. We always need more trams, but it's gonna be easy to add them. 300 seconds, we're good for 360 seconds, but yeah, could add another 2 trams. We have a train for that. Don't you worry. Bring in the trams. Should I upgrade the train tracks? Upgrading the train tracks while passenger trains are running like crazy. I would have to park them all in a train depot somewhere. The villagers would have to wait until the upgrade is done. From here to Sovskoy, concrete tied train tracks for high-speed trains. Upgrade or build another right by it? Yeah, that would be. If it was like a temporary layout like this one, yes. But it's not really temporary. The train tracks are already set up kind of permanently. Wait. Oh, okay. No, assignment is fine. So this heating with the new residential area for, I don't know how many people are gonna live here, a couple hundred. 180, another 360, 500 people. The heating of that location plus the small heating plant inside Sovskoy are the open questions we have right now, which will kind of determine how the future development of Donetiti is going to look like. There's also supposed to be more housing up here, incorporating the police station a bit. Maybe a footpath past it. Some of these houses probably don't have a waste storage. Yep. No one's living in there yet, so it's fine, but we should add one. I don't know if that's going to be in range if I build it outside here. It would almost be in range, but not quite. I'll just build it on the inside. Ah, make it brick. Everything's brick here. It is fine. Some people have relocation unhappiness. Unable to visit hospital is not good. What's your problem? Send everyone to the tram stop. That's from the beginning. I don't know why you couldn't visit a doctor. Maybe you arrived at it when it didn't have enough workers for a brief moment. I guess we'll upgrade it to 10 workers each. Oh yeah, looks like it can drop fairly a fair bit. I'm wondering if I should drop a clinic here without an ambulance, like all emergency vehicles in one room and then just a clinic for people to walk to and have like a health checkup. Well, temperature, what are you gonna do? How warm is it outside here? Still 26. Still not worth opening the window. It should be over 50% with more than 250 workers, I thought. But I guess not everyone here has the highest productivity then. I guess a lot of the uneducated workforce, or like lower educated workforce, doesn't own a TV and doesn't actually get the productivity boost. They only get it from visiting the school education at that point. Where we're running it only at 50%. We're gonna crank that up to 70. Which will hopefully start propagating loyalty to everyone. Because the orphanages also run on regularly educated tutors and doesn't really have a loyalty. Well, it does have a loyalty requirement, but the loyalty of people with regular education might not be as high as those with university education for lack of electronics. Like that person, 29 years old, doesn't even have a radio yet. That could be from lack of a shopping center, but if I build another shopping center, then, well, someone has to buy those electronics, right? Those are pretty well visited. They like that sports hall. It's October, temperature will now drop because it's gonna start snowing in a week. I mean, everything's already frozen over, but No snow yet. And then we can see and make a decision, and then check the other heating plant. If the other heating plant is doing fine, we'll drop a small heating plant in here. And see if that is acceptable. Like if we run into heating issues right now, I'll probably do that instead of demolishing the houses. I would only start demolishing them and pausing the demolition to prevent them from drawing heating if the other houses run into any problems right now with like supply and demand of the heating plant. Let's go and check the customs house. Temperature's at -11, it'll be at -20 soon enough. No tunnel boring machine. I guess I can leave that window up there and check it occasionally if a tunnel boring machine is available. Terraforming equipment has arrived and refueled, so flattening terrain should also be a pretty quick and smooth affair now. I don't need that much space up here for the train tracks. We could have a depot with a repair station, I guess. But the idea was to maybe have the repair station down here and potentially bring the depot up to this level. It could still be in range at that point. I'm going to run a road with a tunnel down here. There's not going to be a ramp. So they can be all the way close to the to that space. Should be a probably large repair station, medium repair station if we use both of this. So repair station up here. Still need room for a warehouse. Warehouse to the right then, and the road tunnel after. Waste storage out here. Should be okay. And then the idea would be to have a large train depot, long train depot, up on the hill that is in range of the repair station, so we can repair our trains up here instead. I think that would be funny enough. Other option is to have the train depot down here. The road goes in between. The warehouse is on this side with the factory connection. And the trains just enter here by a tunnel, train line into the depot. I think having it on the second level would have the benefit of like me giving me more control of the junctions. Also, if we're repairing ships here, it's probably going to require a bunch of steel. So train depot could be behind this as well. And then we would have the ship repairs plus potential train repairs all done by the single repair station. I'm not going to set up a dedicated storage for steel here, but there will be an unloading station for steel nearby. Temperature still at -11 only. So long train depot. It is possible, but the hill is quite tall. I guess we could put another level in here where we lower this down by like 12 meters, put it on a separate level, and then we also have access to tunnels from either side. Somewhere down here maybe. It needs to be one further. So that way we can put the train depot slightly lower, in range of the repair station. And then, yeah, just run a tunnel into the wall. Road connection can be just a slight slope up to the existing road up here. For now, I need to check the temperatures. -20 and they're at 21 lowest. Could work. I mean, this one's at 19, this one's at 20. This one was getting fairly cool. This is lower than that. I don't know. Small heating plant would make everything safer. Especially since there was supposed to be more housing up here too. And I don't have another connection for a heat exchanger in this area because the other three were supposed to be over here. So that means we're going to have a small heating plant here, I think. Over on this side, I believe. Next to the police station. This area up here was also supposed to get more development. I feel like the heating plant might be a little bit too far away. Maybe we need to set up another heating plant and then bring the heating down this way. I don't think I have enough room for an aggregate loading station for coal here. No, definitely not. A centralized storage for coal pickup in the harbor would be nice to have. This whole thing could be removed and we just drive it by truck to the storage. Get rid of this unloading station here. But since we also need it for gravel, it makes sense to have. I mean, if we build it in the harbor, then gravel could also be over there and we drive it to this area by truck as well. Once it gets to -30, I would start going over to Sovskoy and checking that location. for now. These ones are pretty similar in heat. I think we're just going to tell the personal cars that they are allowed to pick up from the tram stop too. We'll get rid of the free bus stop here. This is really gonna be it. It should be able to heat the houses from over here too. It would give us so much more reach. Especially if we develop this hill into something. But this would provide more heating up this direction. Okay, the other heating plant has reach here already. I don't know. I'm gonna set up the small heating plant, I think. And then let people move in. I'm gonna have a small heating plant. With one worker, a dedicated truck can basically bring the coal here and load from that like small storage. It'll be fine. I'm not gonna set it up here, we'll try it on that side. Temperature dropping. 17, 18. Yeah, it's getting a little bit chilly here at only minus 26. It's already at 14 for these houses. Doesn't bode well for the other ones. Alright, get it set up. I'll get a dump truck. A Yas dump truck would be sufficient. That way I'm blocking both footpaths. Let me change that. Or I'm not going to block this one, because this one's going to continue and there will be housing on the other side. That way we can get a footpath through here. That'll work. Not final, of course, but it is an option. Pedestrian crossings galore. Oh yeah, that's the heating pipes, right. Minus 30. Already at 14, 13, so the other ones also seem to be struggling. I'm gonna do what I said I would to alleviate the heating stress of the other houses. I don't think you can pause demolition that way. I will demolish them and cancel the demolition. Basically condemning these houses for now. Which should bring more heating to the other buildings again. I hope. Seems like the heating in general is struggling a bit. All of them paused. Okay, now that we're at -30, let's go over to Sovskoy. I mean, it's not really that much different, I guess. Life expectancy is below 70 by 0.01. But is it because of the low temperature? I don't think so, because this one has fairly high temperature. And I think it's just the closest building that is suffering a bit more. The other one's not noticeable. So within 50 meters, 60 meters, it's dangerous. Within 100 meters, it's fine. Let me go back to the other city and check how far away I'm building from the other buildings. This one's probably the closest. 80 meters. We'll try it. Can always be moved. But we would have to build the new one first before demolishing the old one, because, like, we can set it up back further, I guess. Should I do that? There's also supposed to be housing over here. I don't know. Like a heating plant in the commercial district, would that be dangerous? If we just have it right in here, would that affect the health of people? Because the buildings don't have any health mentions, it's just the residential buildings. Maybe that would be a way to do it. Have the heating in here, instead of like even further away from there. Closer to the residential buildings at that point. Why are you at 18 degrees? Feels like you're getting heating already from like the heating plant somehow. Or this thing isn't working that well. Wait a minute. I wonder, I guess these might be really well because we built it right around the heat exchanger. Maybe distance really matters. How do we do that then? Heat exchanger, I guess more heat pumping stations. I guess we just underutilize everything. Not draw the full capacity of the heating pipes out. But draw more large heating pipes and try to split up the heat exchangers more. I won't be able to set that up until it gets warm enough, because I have to do a rework of the heating pipes at that point. Yeah, this heating pipe here. One of them has to be like... This one will be disconnected, this one will be disconnected, and we'll be hooking it up to this heat pumping station at that point. Locally, after next winter. Meaning that we have 2 more connections available for this. One of them dropping down to this heat pumping station. These 2 will be off of this instead. And then this one, this last one could go up here. And we'll start drawing more heating pipes out of the heating plant and see if underutilized heat exchangers work better. That's... I don't know. I feel like that might be a way to go with this. It's still at 70, close enough. The other ones are absolutely fine. It's just the closest bit. Oh yeah, this one's at 70.8. It's mostly fine. But this house is not really gaining any benefit. It's too far away from that. It was doing just as well before. And really, it's all about distance apparently. So even from a heating plant, the distance matters. So maybe I should work on reducing distance, just heat exchangers everywhere. Get a grid up for heat exchangers. Is that a cancellation of this heating plant? Probably not, we're gonna try it here too. I'll even let people move in. We don't have room for, like, we need more room for highly educated people apparently. Running a little bit low on those. 88 people waiting. All of them probably highly educated because none of them want to move in here right now. Okay, so another attempt at a heating rework. I think it's also because the heating plant is too far away. I am tempted to just set up another heating plant and put it in the commercial district. Up on the hill. It's not a good idea, I don't think. I mean, the other option is to set up multiple smaller heating plants and then run the heating pipes out of those, because we can still run two small heat exchangers out of a small heating plant. The other small heating plant is going to be demolished inside Sovskoye. Seems like distance-wise it didn't change anything. Let's look again. It's minus 38. See what it looks like. We've dropped to 13.4. Let's lower it down to 0 workers. I think before that we like dipped a little bit below 13 without the heating in here. I should have probably taken notes of what the heating situation looked like before we ran this. But yeah, a small heating plant to the issue-prone area would make more sense at that point, rather than a small heating plant in the center and hope that it spreads well enough. I'm thinking about the idea of decentralized heating with multiple smaller heating plants. It would spread out the pollution a significant amount more. Plus, how do we bring the coal here? I mean, the area for the unloading station here could lead into an aggregate unloading for the supply of coal towards this location. I said I wanted that one to be in the harbor, but that's not necessarily a given. Do I want the train depot up here? I said I wanted that, so... In that case, I could have a road ramp down here that leads to the train depot. This harbor is gonna look weird. Yeah, much easier to get it connected now. In range of this, if I scoot it over to the side, we could build more things in its area, but I will not do that. Two train tunnels out of this. I don't know if we can connect them directly to the building. Doesn't look like it, so it has to be a little bit of train track before then. Giving us room for placing down a signal, I guess. And then tunnel out of here, up to the train tracks. Maybe from the other side even, because that would be a smooth left-hand corner. I like this one though. Doesn't put anything underground in this location, which could come back to haunt me. It's gonna be so many tunnels. We really need a tunnel boring machine for this. What does the shift key do? Okay, this tunnel is weird anyway because it goes up and then it's like perfect elevation up here. That also needs to change. I might want to have the switch out here to make sure the trains can... Actually, we don't need a switch. They just go in and come back out. I just need room for signals. That's it. Not here, on this building. Train depot. Do I have terraforming equipment now to give myself more space over here? Yes, I do. That means I can bring the train tracks further back, giving me more space in the future for anything I want to build in the middle section. We will not terraform any of the tough stone, that is hard to terraform. So the train track comes in, runs a loop, goes back out towards that direction, allowing it to have ways for the train to do switches, junctions. I guess we could even put a loop up here, just a loop, like a train roundabout. That sounds horrible. Sovskoy coal mine is out of coal ore. Why is that? There's fewer workers up here. Oh wow. All of the waste ran full. Probably because this thing underwent maintenance or something and then it just piled up. Yep, wear and tear of machines is at 0, so I guess it stopped producing for a moment when the waste ran full. Now they have to keep up with the waste incineration again. That's something that they have to go through. So I think it's good to be informed about that. That's important. Why is there no food here? Oh my god. Okay. Food building is already assigned, but that warehouse needs to be unassigned. It's way too far away. Where's the food assignment? It's right up there, it's the first one. Well, you have to go to the shopping center for now, I guess, until the food trucks get back here. We've got our small heating plant in the area. We'll try and run it, see what it looks like. Can stop at 0 degrees, I think. Only needs to help when it gets really cold. At 0 degrees it would basically start charging. Maybe it is good. Life expectancy is higher now. I'm not sure. This one is at 70. I mean, life expectancy doesn't seem significantly worse, and at least the building here stays over 13 degrees, which means that their health isn't affected anymore. So maybe it is good. They have definitely more heat here than other similar buildings in the area. That's for sure. Guess we'll find out what it says, what it does in Dun TT, because we saw what the other buildings were like when we didn't have another heating plant here. It was already below the required heating. Guess we can cancel demolition on these very far away buildings and see what they look like. These ones are dropping below 13 now. So hopefully the aggregate truck will bring coal here soon. The loading is going to be quite slow, but it doesn't have to run that often. Oh, it arrived, okay. Minus 40, over 13 now. Now it's under 13 again, as it is at minus 46. These houses are not doing great at the moment. Plus the heating plant here needs to charge up first. I could increase the amount of workers to get it charged quickly, and I think I'll do that. Just get a couple workers in, get it up fully, and then reduce it back to 1 worker. Just so we see its like effect, I guess. Yeah, we also need to check the other villages, what their health looks like now. I just realized. Well, while you're charging, you are charged. Oh, look at that. Minus 38 and we're at 16 degrees now. This looks really comfy. But of course we're running it with 3 workers instead of 1 worker. Okay, let's check the other villages. I have a feeling that we might have created more pollution problems here. Maybe not, they're doing really well heating-wise. I guess the heating balances itself based on what is needed, if it is maxed out, so... Looks good. A bit cool on this outside house, but it's at -38, these ones are at 17. The closest people next to the heating plant are at a life expectancy of 78, definitely okay. And over here, closest house, 80. I guess it's fine. The town of Kugoshny at the entrance of the map has the most workers and citizens next to it, so here we would expect the most effect. And yes, they're at 48 years of life expectancy now. So they are definitely taking a nosedive, but it wasn't really expected, I guess. I wonder if I can drop this to 2 workers. I'm worried that they might die, though. But yeah, these ones are definitely suffering, so I guess there's a certain level where it flips over and now the heating plant's making too much pollution, even for the people living further away now that previously had no issues with this. I don't know, like with 50% heating we were fine before, so I guess we'll keep it at 2 workers max instead of 3 and hope that it's enough. They'll run on lower building temperature probably, but like they did before, but I believe it will be better for them because the pollution is currently killing them. So yeah, if the small heating plant is below 50%, I think it's okay. And we are still able to achieve that. It's -39, this building's at 16 degrees instead of below 13. And these ones are also doing fine. Let's cancel the demolition of all of these and see if the heating is now manageable. We're not gonna let people move in yet, but it's not gonna be any extra heating from this, but if they can stay at this temperature and not drop too much. Now it's -46, coldest as ever it's gonna get. They're dropping to 13. It's okay. It seems to be okay that way. Yeah, I guess we'll try the next heating plant in the next settlement area further down the road when we set up the next tram stop, because I think we're gonna be out of range for the tram stop eventually. Maybe? I guess not. If we have a brick road, even the tram road has quite far reach. Guess we can have the next tram stop up here somewhere then. Don't have to build one for this yet. Does that mean that the heating is gonna stay this way then? Or do I want to do my rework? I think it's gonna stay, and we're just gonna plan for a small heating plant for the area to deal with fluctuations. This seems pretty solid. Just worried about like adding extra heating plants because then the pollution is starting to accumulate. But yeah, we now have all of these houses running. I don't know if we can have more. The plan is to have more up here. At some point it's going to be too much, and it already looks like it could be. They're close to 13 degrees. I mean, I built a heat exchanger here that needs to be hooked up, so I could hook that up to the small heating plant, I guess. What about that as an idea? Just use those small heating plants with like heating pipes in the area. More testing. If the heating now improves, then we know that the passive heating ranges that the heating plant just provides are less efficient than a direct heating pipe. So maybe we just can run this with a lot more heating pipes, like I initially thought we could, with like from the heating plant directly. So also more large heating pipes off of this. And then underutilizing the heat exchangers, just reducing the passive heating pipe connections as much as possible. As in the getting the proximity down, having tons and tons of heat exchangers around. Distribution office has recovered and is hopefully now more sensible. I'm interested. This would be quite cool if it worked, because then the small heating plant provides its own heating aura, I guess, plus 2 heat exchangers worth of aura. And if this one works more efficiently for the heating plant, it might also use up less of the heat itself. Maybe you can build a city like that. I don't know. It would basically be a heating plant. I don't know, a single worker. It's not dropping in heat, but that's because the other heat exchangers from the large heating plant are also working. It's weird. Happiness went up though. Loyalty went down to 58%. That's not good. Don't have enough workers in here at 80%. Loyalty gain is not high enough. We're gonna drop this down to 70 again. And make sure we have the required amount of workers in the area. Because we need to at least fill this building up with enough workers. Okay, that looks good. 70% is better. Gotta keep an eye on the loyalty graph. We can see where we built the the TV station. It's visible on the graph. Well, where we built the TV, where we activated the loyalty boost for the TV station, I should say. We built it much earlier. Life expectancy here is fine with the heating plant. Seems all okay. Looks like if we're at least 100 meters away, it does fine. This one is a little bit closer and suffering a bit. So yeah, the idea now that I have is heating plant surrounded by commercial buildings to extend itself out to 100 meters before you place like 2 of these housing blocks down. Because these heat exchangers surrounded by housing seem the most efficient. At minus 34, we're below 15. Minus 33, we're at 15. Still need a monument in here though. Lenin looking over the heat exchanger? I don't think so. Lenin parking itself on top of the heating pipe going into the heat exchanger? Yes. That can be gravel. Okay, someone built that and then we'll take a look. Hopefully the temperature won't rise too much yet, it's already February though. Oh, it's dropping. Couple workers, please. What's happening? Where are the buses coming from? Oh no, they're driving personal cars in. Come on, finish that construction, I want to see. Before the temperature rises. I think during February it's still going to stay cold enough. I guess you could test this with... Well, you would need someone to work in the heating plant, but you could test this next to the border with foreign workers. Because you don't need people inside the houses for testing it. So at minus 33 we were at 15 degrees interior temperature. Couple more workers, please. Just in case it gets too warm and we can't test it this year. I'll write it down for next winter. But yeah, just a couple more workers, come on. 4 workers, we'll finish it. Is it gonna still be cold enough? I believe yes. Minus 38, 15 points. Oh, look at that, wow. Well, that's, we could see that, how it rose up as the heat exchanger finished immediately. And it wasn't even charged yet. And now it's dropping slightly, but that was kind of funny. It's minus 28 only. These are definitely doing better than those. We don't want to run this over one worker, it's too much. But do I want to set up another heat exchanger hooked up to the small heating plant? Because that worked really, really well. Like, disconnect this one, hook it up to the heating plant. Bring this one out, set up another heat exchanger here. Yeah, we're at minus 30 and we're at 18 degrees interior temperature. It looks like the distance of the heat exchanger is what matters the most. Now that question kind of needs to be... The heating pipe itself also has a lot of loss, of course. Because this distance is less than 100 meters. These here are only 30 meters away. I think it's the short heating pipe from the small heating plant. If I were to set up another heat exchanger down here towards the small heating plant, it would probably have this a similar effect. So we'll do that, see how good it works. It's mixing the small heating plant more efficiently into the area, interspersed with the large heating plant heat exchangers. I kind of would like to find out what happens if I turn off the heating plant access to the area. I think it would all die. But yeah, looks quite efficient. That means here we would have another 2 heat exchangers brought in with a heating plant. So the heating plant might be like centrally located somewhere here, and then another heat exchanger on this end, and maybe one on this end along the road. Let me drop in some houses so I get like a good overview of what the approximate center is. And this would be like the furthest-ish. So horizontally this is about the center, and then vertically we would have to go somewhere here for the heating plant, so I can slap it on the road. This will be more of an organic layout. We're not building... well, it's going to be similar to this, I guess. So the heating plant has its own heating. If I bring a heat exchanger over here from the central heating, these were the 3 dots. This one will already be quite close to the heating plant. But yeah, this one goes to the main, the large heating plant. So to have a small heating pipe out of this. Then one up here, and this one would head along the heating pipe and connect to this one in the end. Further south, that would be the large heat exchangers, large heating plant heat exchangers. And then the small heating plant would get 2 of its own. Like, it has its own area where we probably don't need one, but maybe down here, or maybe I mean, I already paid more attention to the placement of these heat exchangers. I guess one here and one here, probably somewhere in this area, maybe slightly further out to provide a little bit more heating outwards. Okay, build that one though. And I guess the small heating plant could also be built. That's gonna get interesting, I think, because the heating plants are gonna play off of each other with their pollution. That's the thing I'm most concerned about in this case, I guess. We should upgrade this to a tram road first before we do anything. Well, just upgrade this section then. The lights are on the left side, which matches the other lights, so that looks fine. Vehicles will have to drive over the dirt road for now. Yep, this is hooked up to the right distribution office. Meat does not need to be delivered into this building. City outskirts grocery store. Are we still bringing meat here by train, I wonder? Yes, we don't need to do that anymore. This meat storage can basically run itself empty, and then at that point we can start the distribution again, but until then, only food. That's the wrong one. City outskirts. Grocery store, that one. Only food. It's running the small heating plant at one person really produce that much heat? It doesn't produce that much heat, but it provides the heating very close to where it needs to be. So the majority of heating is done by the large heating plant, provided via the distribution of the heating pipes, and this one is doing the majority of the work. But the small heating plant pushes it up enough where it can run comfortably over 15 degrees, and it's a lot more stable for their health, I think. I wonder if we couldn't run a heating plant in a commercial district and it wouldn't affect them health-wise. I mean, they are affected by like pollution from waste spills, and I guess that's also just pollution, so they would probably still be affected. Could have really built that small footpath, please. So no tram stop, maybe up on the hill or somewhere here. Still gotta demolish this, but we don't have our water purification yet, so it still serves a purpose. But we'll develop through it and rebuild it in the same style. The style might get more cluttered and like different looking depending on how far we build out. But I kind of like it. This looks a bit weird, but still like it. Has a lot of space on the inside. This is more like of a temperate biome kind of build style. This looks very much Siberia, and it was working really well as soon as the heating plant started running. And the other ones with the further away buildings work okay, as long as we provide a small heating plant here. I mean, we're running it at 50%, which is basically producing enough heat for a single heat exchanger. This building should be able to heat all of these on its own with no other heating provided. Like, the heat water tanks of these are only 4 cubic meters, and this one can supply 100 cubic meters of heating. I like the blocky design housing area. Yeah, I do too. Looks kind of funky. It's like similar to Sovskoy, but more like compartmentalized, I think. Sovskoy had like a sweeping block around everything and then some small subdivisions. This one is all like each has their own like individual blocks kind of deal. Well, we can have people move in, I guess. Do we want another building with highly educated people in here? I don't know. Also, unemployment is like becoming a factor because there's so many people starting to live here that I don't know what to do with them at the moment. Mechanical component factory would solve that. Running a tram line to the harbor next to a delivery destination for steel to then run the mechanical component factory off of would be a solution. The road here would go up the hill. There would be a slope going up here. I mean, we could also use a tunnel, I guess. Now that I think about it, could just have a tunnel going up the hill instead. Just leave the terrain as is. Just sure, the harbor is going to be a lot of tunnels, which I guess is not really normal for a harbor, but why not? I wonder if you can see the vehicles driving up this. I'm worried that they're going to clip through the terrain. That could be an idea. Electric substation. Just providing some generic electricity here. Leading into a road with the ramp going up the hill sideways. Then we could also pass on a tunnel, I guess. But that would provide electricity to like the harbor and the repair station and everything nearby. It should be in range of everything in that case. And the road would basically run up the hill sideways. We just have to flatten it enough. That would connect. Could dig a hole at the top for the entrance to the tunnel. That is true too. I could lower it down, but then it was also a very short tunnel. Maybe I should just run the tunnel idea off of this side. I'm not sure about this. If we lower this down, yeah, that would work. That is, I guess, an idea. But then I could just run a road ramp up here. And I can like avoid the whole tunnel situation. Just make it a ramp for a road instead. Because it's going to be even shorter than a tunnel. It's going to disturb more terrain, I guess. But it will probably save a little bit too. That looks okay. However the road goes up here is yet to be determined, like how it looks up here, like the direction, but at least we have a road connection and we have our first electric substation in the area. Now down here there will definitely be a tunnel. That is no question. And this one we can set up in a way where we just go along like straight for a bit. Something like this first. And then bring it up. I was thinking like a tunnel back here, going underground and curving around, just to bring vehicles down towards this place where we built all the harbor. It's gonna be the access point, I think. I mean, it could rise up a little bit faster because there's nothing else down here. Like I said, we would need a waste storage in the area for the repair station. And people can walk down here probably with a footpath tunnel. Because the tram stop will be on this level, and they have to just get down here into a footpath tunnel underneath the train depot. And I guess I need to get there to build that too, so the road might be a little bit too close. Because I have to like access this area to get down here and build the tunnel from that side. Unless I just set up a dirt footpath and they just maintain the tunnel from above. Nah, it should be a proper footpath, I think. Just give it enough space. Too short. That way. What I'm not keen on is the back of the tunnel entrance not going into a hillside. That's why I suggested digging a hole. The back of the tunnel entrance. Yeah, my tunnel entrance is gonna come out of this side, basically. It's gonna come out this way. Somewhere. It's gonna have like a U-turn for access vehicles. It's not gonna like just come out of the ground like this. We're not doing that. I don't like that too. It should come out of the hillside somewhere. I agree with that. So that way we have access for footpaths back here, and then we can enter into a footpath tunnel somewhere. Pedestrian tunnel basically, just going through the hill somewhere. Not a problem. Giving us access to this building. And then maybe the waste storage could be then here too. I would like to stick to large waste storages if I could. We might also have a fire station down here. Footpath up this way, fire station next to the road. To make sure nothing here burns down. I mean, it could be... I guess it could be up next to the tunnel entrances. That would be okay too. I would like to have a waste storage somewhere here, but not enough space. This would work, I guess. But if I built the fire station, then the fire station would need its own waste storage too. I guess we'll place the waste storage after it's been built. Then we can place some footpaths to like get a little bit of an extension of where the waste storage can be. But this area is probably going to be another harbor. This corner doesn't have to be there. It was just for getting a straight section of road. Like that. The pumping harbor is basically still needed. And then we need a ship dock. The ship dock itself does not need a repair station next to it, I believe. So liquid pumping harbor in range of the repair station as well. Somewhere up here. With road access, pipe access, hopefully for underground pipes. Yes, that works. Nothing in the way. Good. So yeah, that would be our basic harbor. Bring, like, export oil. We might build a second one if we want to import fuel and bitumen by harbor as well. But this would be the oil export harbor, with the oil storages being up top. And then getting piped down. And after that is done, then we could build the oil field. It wouldn't really be for money, but Shipdock is the only shipbuilding repairs ship, is my understanding. Oh, the only shipbuilding repairs ships. No, it repairs them in here too. If you have a repair station in range, it will repair these as well. They will dock, load, unload, and then start repairing as they're in here. And that way you can run routes without having to micromanage them into a ship, like these are docks, right? Maybe we're talking about the same thing. No, this one is the ship dock. These are harbors. Yeah, this one you have to micromanage, and I don't like that. I repair my ships via these while they're on the route. They will just stay in there as they're getting repaired. And we're using that for train repairs too. That's gonna be such a funky harbor design. slowly getting snowblind. Other heat exchangers up too. Now we have to wait until winter again, see what this looks like. And we got one over here connected, allowing us the ability to extend out the other direction. No drinking water, no coal, no power supply. Yeah, you're just gonna like not run for now. No workers needed. We would need to set up another cluster of electricity, water, sewage and heating. Which could be, I guess, integrated into the heating plant, like right behind it. You're not gonna load ships with cargo there? Only oil was planned and crop imports. I don't have a plan to load ships with cargo. Not for the initial harbor at least. There's no reason, like what are we exporting? We're exporting steel. I don't need to load steel on a ship. I don't think. Like, the trains are handling that fine. I could increase my profitability a bit, I guess, but right now money is not a concern. Until the game says otherwise. I don't like to normally like overbuild, like I usually don't do like endless amounts of money. If I have enough money, I'm fine. I don't need to make more money right now. Out of meat. Did I not remove that checkbox? I did. That's a bit late, isn't it? Maybe you were all undergoing repairs? No, you weren't. What were you doing? There's so many meat trucks available. You had the ship dock on the ship's route. If it didn't need repairs, then it just went straight in and out and would stop for repairs if needed. When I assigned a ship dock on a route, it would always end there. Like on a vehicle depot, when I add like a vehicle depot to a personal car route, they end there and wait there. But I haven't used ships in a while, so maybe that changed. It could have been another harbor, basically, where he had a cargo harbor on the route and added that as a repair thing. So basically, he set up another one of these next to a repair station, and all of them went through that one. Not one I could see, yeah. We could basically route all the ships through this harbor. Because there's only going to be one ship here importing grain, and the other ones could be free slots for ships to just dock and undock for repairs. That way I wouldn't need multiple repair stations if I set up more of the harbor in the future. Everyone just goes through this one then. And I guess pumping harbor would also have a slot free. Because I don't think we need more than one ship for oil exports. I mean, I guess we're gonna run very small ships, aren't they? Like, I'm thinking the very large endgame ships, but we're running early start ships. So, actually I don't know. But I think I now understand what you mean, yes. I could see that working. I like this design idea. I'm not quite sure how it's gonna look like, because every time I keep adding something, I'm thinking this one is now the first building that needs to hook up and everything else is gonna go around it. So this basically needs 2 train lines with the shortest corner, and then the next one would be the grain. So I'm wondering if I need another train connection, basically for a warehouse for the mechanical components together with the delivery of steel as a setup. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. This is gonna be a brain burner. I don't know if I can think about that right now any further, but I think the concept is still sound. Right-hand turn into tunnels connecting grain storage, connecting a depot for vehicle repairs, or like bringing trains here from a customs house. This could basically also get western trains at some point, which is fairly close to get to. Oil harbor and grain harbor. Grain harbor with the grain silo. Oil harbor with pipes underneath the repair station, which handles both of these. It will consume a lot of steel. Steel delivery into a storage next to the... That's going to be another shorter train line that has to go around here. Steel storage into mechanical component factory. And then I think the vehicle production would be in the construction sector itself, so the trains would pick up mechanical components and bring them over there. At that point we would bring a ton of workers to the construction sector by passenger train. At some point. Probably set up a fire station. That reminds me, I need the rail construction office here too. I do have gravel connected by aggregate loading. I don't have coal connected with aggregate loading. So, idea was to maybe get rid of this connection, and the train line would only be used by gravel delivery, and have the coal delivery happen inside the harbor. And then from the harbor there would be a distribution office to bring coal wherever it's needed. Does size of repair depot matter? A site got a larger auto repair hitbox and can fit more vehicles? I think ships can probably take like all the 25 workers on a single vehicle for repair. Usually the repair stations assign a certain amount of vehicles for each repair task. And for ships it might be like up to 30 people, probably. So the larger repair station would repair things more quickly. These trucks, these large dump trucks, only take 4 workers. At most. Actually talking about repairs, I've got a train on a line that contains an end station which is connected to a repair station. Instead of repairing there, it went to get repaired at a rail depot and didn't automatically leave again. Any idea what I'm doing wrong? Did you, at the end station, mess around with the settings for what can get repaired there? Like, unchecking the locomotive repair, basically. So it was not able to repair that depot, end station. Other than that, not a idea right now. If all the resources are present, and it has workers, and it has electricity, the repair station I mean, we should start repairing I think, but I myself have not used trains or ships with, like, okay, ships don't have an end station, but like, I have not used train repair at an end station. I usually repair it at a depot. While that's still, you're gonna build your own ships or trains? Currently not a plan. Road vehicles starting out first. I don't know if this harbor is gonna start making ships. I don't have a need for that many ships. I don't even know how you export ships when you build them. I guess I could do that and learn it. Do they automatically leave the depot once repaired? Yes, they do. They go in there, and you can send them out manually, but then you basically cancel their repair. I don't know if there's a train in here repairing right now, doesn't look like it. They drive in, repair, and then drive back out. And here I'm just running a small repair station with 10 workers to handle the repair of all of my trains. All of them go over there. I have trains that are very, very old. Like this 80, no, that's this one. Well, this one isn't running that much. This passenger train is 61 years old and currently at 24% wear. It repairs at 30. Oh, it has accumulated 6% permanent wear, so I guess it is slowly wearing down. Okay. At some point we'll have to replace it. You're welcome. I need to look at the weather. It still says it's 26 degrees outside for another hour, and then it slowly starts fading. Wearing earphones is also not great when it's hot. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We got 2 extra trams. I need something for the workers to do. I can't just bring up the amount of workers here unnecessarily and then cause a lot of unemployment. And right now, with several of them already running into unemployment, it would be foolish of me to allow more people to move into more housing. So yeah, I guess next time I have to figure out the first industry in the area, which I think is going to be the steel storage connected by rail line, which is another turn. Close to this, like the idea would be to have an open storage rail connected. Rail line goes up here, goes out the way, and then we start making mechanical components in this area. If I can find it. Metallurgy, probably? Oh, there. It's hidden by the modern industry required icon. So, one of these 4 tons of mechanical components a day should be sufficient for all of the Republic's demands. This is basically 1,200 mechanical components per year. Our consumption... Let me go here, it's easier to see. Last year we consumed 200 mechanical components from import, 13 of which got used for construction, so the rest is done for warehouses and like vehicle repairs. So a single mechanical component factory should be enough, which will then make the resources and hook itself back up into a warehouse, also connected by train. They could both go, the warehouse and the storage could both go into the same train track to allow rail distribution vehicles to enter and exit. I don't know if we're gonna export to the west now that I think about it, but if we do, every train goes out this way first, and if they want to go to the west, then I guess they have to loop around somehow, which we haven't set up yet. How are we gonna move our economy to US currency? Everything imported from the west if we need something. And like, get rid of the rubles. Then I would need more space to allow the trains to basically turn around up here too. So they can like turn in this way but also turn out the other way. Means I need a corner that is further away from the mountain and give myself enough room for a switch. That is going to be for next time, but the general concept stands. Donutiti is definitely running well, has more than enough workers to sustain itself. It doesn't produce anything right now. It provides... Oh, we had 32 escapes last year. It provides space for prisoners, I guess. And it makes heat. Coal is now delivered by train, which is nice. As is gravel. And expansion of the settlement can go quickly, but yes, now we need the harbor. Now we need to set up an industry, a purpose, where we can dump a lot of workers into. The harbor would be the nearby purpose, and then the further purpose would be next to the construction sector, where we can run citizens to run a vehicle production line with the resources, which I would start setting up as soon as we have the new rail construction office in place. If there's no tunnel boring machine, we might have to start building the tunnel without one. Sure, we could build the tunnel already. That's fine. That's something that the rail construction office can do. I should make sure it's assigned so I don't forget next time. Okay. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna call it, I think. Don't know if I'll be back later today. Depends on the weather and other things, but I think for now I'm spent. I'm gonna take a break, maybe play something single player, who knows. So yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be raiding, is there someone streaming workers and resources in English? If not, we'll go over to Project 7. No, another German streamer. So I will raid you over to Project 7. Again, he will talk to you in English if you want to, and will welcome you as English as well, but his stream is normally in German. So if you want to stick around, please do, but if not, that is fine too. Thank you very much for watching. I wish you a good rest to your Sunday. Next week I won't be here Thursday and Friday at the very least, and then it depends on how quickly I can set up my new PC, if I get it. If not, then I'll be back probably on Saturday. And then the week after I have vacation, so it's going to be a bit of a change of pace again regarding streaming. Hopefully it's not going to be too warm. In any case, thanks for watching again. Good luck with the delivery. Yeah, I hope it goes well. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.